Council regular meeting this Monday evening on August 21st. I now call this meeting to order. I invite all to join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
With pleasure, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Hedges.
Here.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Here.
Councilmember Newsom. Here. Deputy Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Here.
Mayor Lee.
Here.
Thank you.
We are excited to be here in person with options for those who choose not to be in person to participate virtually. There are several ways to participate. For those attending in person, please complete a yellow request to speak slip and hand it to the city clerk. If participating remotely, use the raise your hand feature in Zoom and you will be called upon at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for each specific item. First, before we move to the agenda, I wanted to acknowledge a new member of our dais and also recognize the service of our interim city manager, Christina Horsberger. Christina? On behalf of the council, I'd like to express our sincerest gratitude to Christina for her commendable service during this transitional period, which was not a small endeavor. And for her continued dedication to the city, please join me in a round of applause. I'd also like to give a special shout out and a heartfelt shout out to our finance director, Rich Lee, who also served as interim last week. And I understand Rich is on Zoom. Thank you, Rich. We appreciate you and thank you for your service to the city. Please join me in a round of applause. We are very excited to welcome our new city manager, Alex Kojikian, to our team. Alex is a proven leader in the county of San Mateo and is prepared to hit the ground running. Actually, he hit the ground running like several months ago when he was preparing for this job. If you have not already met Alex, I'm sure you soon will meet him. He is a relationship builder. One of his core strengths is community engagement and communications. He is passionate and he is primed to serve our organization and community. And I want to encourage our community to give Alex a big San Mateo welcome. Please join me. Alex, would you care to share any words?
Thank you, Mayor Lee, for that wonderful introduction. I'm very excited and just first and foremost, I'm just incredibly honored and just feel a sense of privilege to lead this organization and this wonderful city. And I just want to thank this council for entrusting me with this responsibility. I don't take it lightly whatsoever. It was really interesting. I have 3 young daughters, 9, 6, and 2. And you know, one of the things that I love talking to them about, I geek out on city things, all things city, and you guys will hear about that as you get to know me. But it's really, we'll be going on our walks in the middle of the street. And really when you take a moment and just sit right, just stand right there and look all around, just your built out environment and just everything that we do as a city organization and the responsibility of that, from whether your garbage is being picked up, whether or not your sewer's being treated, whether or not, you just name it, from setbacks, everything else that goes along with it, the city's involved. And so that's the dedication and commitment of a lot of staff. And here in San Mateo, I'm so excited to work with our 600 employees here and with our community, with all of you as well. And I'm looking forward to getting to know all of you. I've been in the county, as you said, Mayor, for about a decade, and I've been able to just witness the great work of San Mateo from the periphery as a neighbor. But really, you guys have a strong track record of being a leader in the area. and really implementing best practices at the same time. And so that I didn't take that lightly as I looked at the opportunity to come and work with all of you and serve this wonderful community at the same time. And so looking forward to continuing and building from that great work and, really looking at bold strategies and decisions to continue making great improvements for this community day in and day out. And so just thank you for that opportunity. And I look forward to working with the wonderful staff and just with the great community. So thank you all.
Thank you. We are ready to move on to our agenda, and we'll start with our ceremonial item number 1, which is wildland fire prevention informational update. It looks like we have a presentation from our fire chief Thrasher and our deputy fire chief Marshall from the San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mary Lee and members of the council. We appreciate the opportunity to kind of give you an update on the fire department in general and also talk with you and the public about wildland fire safety. As you've seen probably in the last week or so, the wildland season really is now starting to take hold. And so it's a good reminder for everybody that we do need to take steps to prepare for that kind of a disaster. First, though, I'd like to turn it over to the chief to just kind of give you guys an update on the fire department and kind of some of the other activities that we've been up to. Chief.
Thanks, Robert. Mayor and council, thanks for the honor to be here and present to you, and welcome Alex. And just as important in our minds as his position as a city manager is he will become the CAO of San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department. So we're looking forward to working with you as well, Alex. Thank you very much. So we'll go ahead and get started. We're going to go through a few things. I'm going to kind of just give you a refresher about what San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department is, what our JPA is, how it's made up, answer or talk about a few, fire department centric items, because we found that a lot of people don't realize what our organization is all about and how we're structured. We'll do that. Robert will talk about the vegetation management component. Then we'll be glad to answer any questions that you all may have, and hopefully we generate a few questions. So the fire department for you, the JPA, was formed in 2019. Many years of work went into that. It was a benefit to all 3 of the cities, San Mateo, Foster City, and Belmont. The way we ended up structuring our JPA is with 3 members. So there's 1 council member from each one of our cities, and we are extremely happy to have Councilmember Newsom as our representative and Mayor Lee as our alternate representing San Mateo. The way it works out with our JPA is it's a 60-20-20 split. So San Mateo owns 60% of the vote on any item. The other 2 cities have 20% apiece. The way we make that work is everything needs an 80% consensus in order to move forward. So though San Mateo does have to be part of whatever we do, they need a partner. So we're real happy to say that everything we've done so far as a JPA has been a 3-0 vote. And we've done really well with that. The same numbers apply to the budgeting for our department. So the cost of the fire department for the 3-agency department is divided 60-20-20 amongst the 3 agencies. So pre-merge, we had 2 fire stations in Belmont. We had 2 fire stations, or 1 fire station with 2 engine companies in Foster City, and we had 6 fire stations in San Mateo. We still have all that. None of that changed. We did not reduce the level of staffing at the operational level at all. So we were able to do the consolidation, save considerable funds for each one of the 3 cities, increase the level of service, and decrease cost, which is always a good thing. And we've continued to do that, and we're real happy about that. Julia Mates, who is the mayor of Belmont, is the current chair of the organization. And John Fruman is our 3rd board member, who's the current mayor of Foster City. At a glance, as I said, we have 9 fire stations. In those fire stations, we have 10 fire engines. Those are the smaller trucks with the water and hose that are first out. And then we have 2 ladder trucks. And the 2 ladder trucks are the very large pieces of equipment with somebody driving the back of them as well because they're so big. Very specialized piece of equipment. The trucks, one is in downtown San Mateo on Ellsworth. The other one's just right down the street here near Hillsdale at Station 23. We have 1 battalion chief that is the chief or command level officer that's on duty 24/7 that oversees all the operations of the department as they're responding to calls and things like that. And that's where the The big savings was when we consolidated is each one of the cities had their own battalion chief, and we were able to reduce that from 3 battalions down to 1, and that was huge cost savings for us. And we're able to get by with that functionally the way we're structured. We currently have our own training division. We used to share a training division with our neighbors to the north, Central Fire, which is Hillsborough, Burlingame, and Millbrae, as well as San Bruno Fire Department. We all shared one training division for many, many years, and it worked very well. Once we consolidated, though, the kind of economy of scale and with the way we contribute based on personnel, we started doing some digging, and it just made a lot more sense for us to bring it in-house and do our own thing. I worked with our neighbors to the north. The 2 chiefs up there are very good friends of mine, and I didn't want to leave them hanging. But when we spent about 6 months greaseboarding this and trying to make it work, and at the end they both recommended you go start your own training division. So we did that a little over a year ago, and it's been a very, very strong move. We've increased the level of training and, again, decreased costs, and it's a very functional system for us. It works very, very well. We have 18 support staff. So our headquarters is in San Mateo City Hall, or Foster City Hall, right next to the fire station. We're kind of crammed in like sardines, but we make it work. And there are 18 support staff. That includes our fire inspectors, all of our administrative personnel. Then our Office of Emergency Services personnel, there's 4 of them, and they're housed over here graciously by our Public Works in San Mateo, and we appreciate that. We have 1 deputy fire marshal position, which is currently vacant. We plan on filling that this fall. Deputy Chief Marshal, just because of his name, we let him keep the fire marshal position for now, but we're going to take it away from him. It's going to go away. And there'll be no more fire marshal. So I think that'll be okay with him. Yeah. And under his privy, that we also have 7 fire inspectors that do all the inspections and plan checkings for us throughout the organization. Just wanted to share a few photos of us. Station 25 up in the upper left-hand corner of the slide there is our newest fire station. You know, it's right here in the center of San Mateo. It replaced a very old station that was desperately in need of replacement. It's a wonderful facility. We're really still getting kind of used to being over there. It only moved about a block and a half away, so it didn't affect our response times at all, and it's been a real nice feature right next to the park, and I think it fits in very nicely, and we are happy to have that. A couple of our fire engines down at the bottom there, it's just a unique picture. It's right in front of Lambeau Field. Our fire engines that we use primarily are built in Wisconsin by the Pierce Company. And they are kind enough, after we give them a couple $1 million to build 3 fire engines, to stage them in front of Lambeau Field and send us a beautiful picture. So it is nice. Those are 25-year pieces of equipment, so we do amortize them out there, and it's not a bad bang for our buck. And then our wildland firefighter, I thought it was appropriate given the time of the year. When we created this slide package, we hadn't really been deployed yet, and now we are very actively deployed, so it is changing rather quickly. We are a unique department in that we have a specialized response capability. We have several specialties that we maintain in-house. You'll see up on the left there, and some of you may recall a little incident on 92 not too long ago that affected traffic pretty bad. We have the hazmat team for the whole county. So we are contracted by the County of San Mateo to provide hazardous materials emergency response throughout the county. From the Bay to the ocean, from San Francisco to Santa Clara, we handle it out of our hazardous materials response team here in San Mateo. It came over with Belmont. Belmont owned that contract for the last couple decades. And they rolled it right into San Mateo Consolidated. And it's something we're real proud of. We have 33 hazmat specialists within the organization that staff that team and respond out to those calls for service as needed. Something that we do quite a bit of. We just negotiated a new contract with the county, so we're good for at least another 3 years with that. We do water rescue. So Foster City, right on the bay, some of San Mateo, right on the bay. Foster City's always had a very active water rescue program, and we've indoctrinated that into San Mateo Consolidated. We have several of our folks that are certified at a very advanced level. We have some jet skis or personal watercraft and a Zodiac boat that we use for making rescues out there in the bay. We also work in coordination with the county. The county has a boat and a pilot or a captain at Coyote Point, but they have no crew. So we supply the crew, and we're able to access that boat and use that for our rescues as well. We are the busiest water rescue department in the Bay. We're busier than Oakland, we're busier than San Francisco. We run more calls than anybody on the water. So it's something we're real proud of, something we do a lot of. Part of it's because the San Mateo Bridge runs right there, and everybody can look over and let us know when they see something floating in the water that may be a person. And then we go out there and take care of whether it's a rubber ball or whether it's a person. We'll take care of it. Then the wildland firefighting component, again, like Deputy Marshal mentioned, we are in the throes of it. We currently have 3 crews deployed to Northern California. We had 2 crews in Oregon. They just were released from a fire in Oregon, and they went to one in Northern California. There's a big lightning complex that went through last week in Northern California and set the whole north end of the state ablaze. So there's several small fires, one large one, and a lot of them are kind of blending together, and that's a complex. And we now have 3 of our crews, so 12 of our folks are up there. And then we have 2 very specialized personnel that work on incident management teams, and one is a line EMT. They are deployed as well. One is on his way to eastern Washington State to help oversee one of the fires up there. So that we are in the middle of it, and I'm hoping this rain will kind of help us out. Some of it can get up to Northern California, be great, but I think it's going to be a busy couple months for us. So last year, just to give you an idea of what we do incident run-wise, last year we ran just over 15,000 calls throughout the organization. When we put this up, this was created in July, these numbers, we were at about 7,600, almost 7,700. So we're on track for similar. We're anticipating maybe a slight increase in our call volume, but nothing that we didn't build into the system. And that's kind of what our annual response looks like. And then I'm going to turn it over to Robert.
Chief. So as mentioned, we wanted to talk to you a little bit about wildland fire and wildland fire preparedness. So just a little bit, Chief already mentioned that in 2023, when we first started these presentations, we hadn't had a lot of fires yet. Now we're starting to get them, and it's coming back to the forefront. So there are a lot of things that we can do as a community to prepare for wildfire, and a lot of this boils down to the homeowners taking the steps that they need to protect not only their own homes, but also protect the community. We have an ordinance that's in place. It's been in place since we started the consolidated fire that talks about several things, things like defensible space, making sure that buildings that are built in a high or a very high fire hazard severity zone, which are state designations or a state designation for the local jurisdiction, we make sure that they build to what's called Chapter 7A, which is a particular way of constructing structures. There's a development that's going on in up off of Campus Drive, a whole bunch of new multifamily housing that's going on up there. They abut right up against a wildland area, and so those structures that abut up against that wildland area are going to have to construct so that they are wildfire resistant. We have adopted the 2021 Wildland Urban Interface Code. We're one of the few in the state that actually has done that, but the state is actually looking at adopting that code as well, which San Mateo Consolidated is actually a part of trying to bring that to fruition because it just makes a ton of sense. A couple years ago, when we did adopt that as the ordinance, we said that we were going to start an enforcement program, and that enforcement program is now starting. One of the things about wildland fire preparedness is that it is much more a marathon and not a sprint. It's not something that you can do one season and then forget about it and it's all done. It's something that you have to do season after season after season, and it's going to change season to season depending on what the weather was, when it warms up, how quickly it warms up, what the humidity levels are, and those kinds of things. So when we started the program, it was really designed to educate people, and that really is our hope, is that we educate people into doing the things that they need to do to make themselves safe and to make their community safe. That said, though, we know that not everybody is going to abide by that, so we do have penalties that are built into that. However, we're hoping that we're not going to have to use those. We did, when we first became an organization, we did a wildland fire assessment. The state had done one for us, but the state hadn't done an update to theirs since 2008. They keep threatening that they're going to do a new one. They actually have done a new one, but they haven't given us the results of that yet. They were supposed to do that in 2022, then it became 2023. Now they're saying 2024 or 2025. Doesn't matter for us because we've already done the assessment, and that map that you see there is the result of that assessment. So you can see we have some areas that come down pretty far into San Mateo, but the majority of our wildland fire issue is actually in the Belmont area. When you look at that map, that encompasses both jurisdictions to the city limit lines and to the limits of our jurisdiction. Where you see orange is considered high wildland fire area. Wildland fire area is really defined as the area that doesn't have buildings and what we call important structures, which I'll explain that in a little bit. The yellow that you see there is the high fire hazard, moderate fire hazard zone. So we've got some moderate and some high in San Mateo. That big splash of yellow there is Sugarloaf. That's the Sugarloaf area. So half in San Mateo, and then the backside of that is in Belmont. But we do have other areas that do creep quite far into the rest of it. Where you see that dark purple, the dark purple areas are what we call interface areas. That means that there are homes and businesses that are in those areas. Those are the areas that we worry most about there being structure-to-structure ignition. When you look at what happened in Lahaina, when you look at what happened in Paradise, in Redding during the Carr fire, and then the Tubbs fire in Santa Rosa in 2017, those are all structure-to-structure ignition events. There isn't a lot of vegetation that's in there, but under the right circumstances, particularly under high wind conditions, you can get structure-to-structure ignition. And again, that's the predominant thing that we see in these mass casualty events, these mass burning events. So we do have quite a bit of that in the San Mateo area. So those areas are the areas that we try and target and try and make sure that we are doing these sorts of mitigations. So that brings me to home hardening. Home hardening are the mitigations that you do to a structure to make sure that a structure is fire resistant. We look at several different things. One of the ways that we know that fire gets into structures is through the vents. You have to have vents in your house, otherwise it would develop mold and you'd develop health problems as a result of that. The problem with that is that that also allows embers to get into the structure. We've found through immense numbers of testing of different kinds of vents that if you have 1/8 inch vent, then you can actually prevent those embers from getting into the home, and it'll prevent it from burning down. So we encourage people who live in those wildland areas to have 1/8 inch screening and inspect those vents periodically to make sure that they're in good condition. If you have a chimney, we ask that you put a spark arrestor on it. Not a lot of people use their fireplaces anymore, but if you do, that spark arrestor is incredibly important. The other thing, and this one is important even if you don't live in a wildland area, which is keeping gutters free of vegetation. Leaves and other things that accumulate in there can catch your house on fire, even if the house next door to you catches fire. That is one way that I've seen multiple houses go up. You could have a structure fire in one home and just a little bit of wind will blow embers over to the next house, and now we've got 2 or 3 or even 4 structures that are now burning. So cleaning your gutters is very, very important, and of all the things that I'm showing you, that's one of the most important. If you are in a wildland area and you have a deck, making sure that the underside of the deck is protected, putting up a screen around there so that embers can't get under there, and making sure that you don't have any storage under there, those are important things. Garages, if you have a garage, making sure that you don't have gaps between the bottom of the garage door and the concrete or anywhere around the sides of the door. You can do that with just as simple as putting weather stripping in there, and that helps tremendously. Fences is another thing. That's a really big topic right now in the state. It's not against state law right now to build a wood fence up against your house, but it probably will be soon. Because what we found is that when you have anything within that first 5 feet of your house and the edge of the structure, in that first 5 feet, it's likely that you're going to lose your house if that catches fire. And so we're looking at, in wildland areas, not having solid wood fencing that goes right up against the house, doing some kind of an alternate. Again, that's not state law yet. I anticipate that it probably will be at some point, though. This is, however, the most important thing, which are defensible space zones. We look at defensible space as being basically in 3 different zones. Zone 0 is kind of the newest one. That's that 0 to 5 feet. We look to make sure that you don't have combustible things within that 0 to 5 feet. So if you do have a fireplace and you have a wood pile, for example, you don't want that wood pile to be in the first 5 feet. You want there to be rock or very low combustibility materials that are there. Having things like Italian cypresses, for example, or bamboo that's right up against your house is not a good way to protect your home from a wildfire. Once you get outside of that 5 feet, you can have vegetation there. That's not a big deal, but we ask that it be cut down fairly low and that it remains green. Making sure that it's watered and is alive is a very important piece of that. And then the last piece is the reduced fuel zone. The reduced fuel zone, basically what we start asking people to do is limb up your trees, cut off dead branches, remove dead trees. And that is a large piece of what we ask to do in those zones. So to that end, we actually did make an ordinance change, or started to make an ordinance change. As Mr. Newsom knows, he's voted on it once already. It'll go for our final approval at our next meeting in October. And what that is that particular ordinance change will dictate that dead trees be removed from a property. What we know now through the various research entities around the state with some of those fires that I mentioned earlier is that dead trees have the opportunity to spread embers pretty far. Anything within 30 feet of that stands an almost 100% chance of ignition when you have enough of an ember cast coming off of those trees. But once you get to more than 100 feet away, the risk drops to almost 0. So what we've done is we've said that we want to remove all dead trees, not partially dead trees, but full-on dead trees. We want those to be removed if they're within 100 feet of what we call an important structure. So an important structure is something that somebody lives in, that somebody does business in, that somebody occupies on a regular basis. We aren't looking for sheds, tough sheds or garden sheds or anything like that. We're trying to strike a balance between what is practical and what is reasonable with what is also fire safe. And so that's the distance that we've settled on, is that 100 feet. We have a couple other things in that ordinance. One is a change to our Knox box. Knox boxes are the key boxes that we use so that firefighters don't like them much because they get to use a key to go through the door instead of break through it with an axe or a chainsaw. It cuts down on their fun tremendously. So we want to make sure that they have these keys to get into those structures. Those keys are, if you can imagine, very expensive if you lose one. There's new technology now that allows you to do that electronically with an electronic key. And that way, if something happens, we can actually just replace that electronic key. And then the last thing is with regards to battery energy storage systems. There is a standard out there that we use for the installation of those types of systems. You've probably heard about lithium-ion battery fires. They're very prevalent, particularly in e-mobility devices, so e-bikes, hoverboards, those kinds of things. So we wanted to have a standard that was the latest and greatest to protect the public from those kinds of fires. So we're moving that forward. That particular item will come forward in the next state code. We're just adopting it early. So, and I think that's it. Do we have one more? I think we have one more that is just asking for the question. So.
Martin's got something going on here. That's fine. There you are.
Yep.
Other than that, I think we're wrapped up. We'll be glad to entertain any questions.
Well, I wanted to start us off by just saying thank you so much. And it's very timely to have a presentation from you all, especially with the news in Lahaina. I know that I have family in Hawaii, and it was, it is now the most catastrophic and deadly fire in human history, or modern history at least. And so I know that that's heavy in our hearts, and we are standing with our friends in Maui and on the islands. And so it's very helpful for you to come here and give this presentation. I just wanted to kind of call out a couple of thoughts in terms of the mutual aid that is provided, and just to put a really a human face on the work that you all do. I thought it was really pertinent to share that right now, as of this morning, we have a battalion chief, Mike Townsend, who was released from the Ridge Fire in Montana and has just rejoined us in California now, and firefighter Joby Farrar, who has been assigned as a fire line EMT to the Happy Camp Complex in Klamath,
right.
National Forest, and firefighter Mike Green, who has just been mobilized by his incident management team and is pre-positioned in Southern Oregon awaiting assignment. And so there are, real people in our, in our ranks that are fighting fires and serving in times of need. And one of the things that I also wanted to call out was one of the ways, that I learned that we can defend ourselves better through CERT, in the CERT training, is actually taking responsibility for safely disposing of hazardous material. That's something that everyone can do for free in our county, and that knowing that many of our firefighters are serving with very extreme risks to their life, not just because of the fires that they're fighting, but because of the high exposure to toxicity and cancer being one of the #1 leading causes of death for firefighters. That is also a really important measure that community members like ourselves can take. It really requires half a day to get rid of some of the old paint cans in our garages. And just a shout out to CERT as well. I know that was a life-changing experience for me, and it's a free program that everyone has the opportunity to do, and we're now just offering it in Spanish as well as English. So that is a really great opportunity and training that everyone can go through to better serve yourselves, better protect ourselves and our communities as first line responders, if you will. So thank you so much for your service. I'll open it up briefly for questions and comments. Councilmember Hedges.
Just going to make a brief comment and then I have a question. So I just, looking back in history, I remember when the fire station was next to the shopping center on Norfolk. And we had a minor fire in one of the trash rooms. And before anybody knew it, the fire department saw the smoke. It was never turned in. They came over and put out the fire before we even knew it happened. So we're just really high on our fire department. The question I have for you is, and I actually brought this up a few months ago. I had a meeting in San Carlos and I had to go to South City. So I went up San Carlos Avenue and then up Burleston. And I was absolutely astounded at nobody that I could see from the road had cut back the vegetation around their house. We had very tall pine trees right next to homes. And has any of that changed?
I don't believe much of that's changed. You're talking down San Carlos Avenue?
San Carlos.
Down past Carlmont? Yeah. I don't believe, I haven't been down that way in a while. It's San Carlos. And I'm not sure that much. There's a lot of eucalyptus there too.
Oh, it's a prescription for devastation, yeah.
Yeah, and you get up in the hills there, just to the west of San Carlos Avenue, it's pretty tough.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you so much. We have to move on to our next item, and we are so grateful for your service.
Got it. Thank you.
Through the mayor, if I may, we had a technical difficulty with the streaming on YouTube. And so if you missed the fire presentation, it is all working fine now. We will re-upload so that everybody can see the fire presentation online. Okay, thank you.
Excellent. So moving on to our second ceremonial item, Caltrans El Camino Real Roadway Renewal Project Update. It looks like we have a presentation from Rebecca Kralik, our Public and Stakeholder Outreach Coordinator.
Sorry about that. Oh, just hold on one second. Yes. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rebecca Krawick. We have a few presenters tonight, but I'll kick it off. And just want to say thank you for inviting us to participate. We're really pleased to be here and give this update. We have just a quick set of slides, but they're really information packed. So we will reserve some time at the end for questions. And with that, I'm going to say next slide. So tonight you'll be hearing from me just a little bit, and then also Ramel Pardo, the Senior Project Manager, Matthew Getz, the District Land Surveyor, and Isaac Mai, the Project Engineer. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Ramel, and he'll take you through the agenda.
All right, next slide. Oh, there you go. All right, good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us in this presentation. My name is Ramel Pardo. I am the Senior Project Manager on this project, and I will be presenting my section of the presentation. Okay, so our brief presentation today will cover the current status of this project, an introduction to the right-of-way and encroachment issues we're facing, an outline of some upcoming outreach we have planned, and information about funding milestones. Next slide, please. So without delay, let me cover some general project updates. Next slide, please. From the beginning of this project, we've kept in mind the overarching goals established by the task force. We believe this project is on its way to fulfilling these goals and becoming a success story for the region, and may even set the standard for similar projects in the future. Next slide, please. This timeline summarizes where we are in the process and what comes next. Given the encroachment issues that you will hear about in this presentation, this schedule is the best case scenario. We can accomplish these timelines if everything goes exactly right. However, we anticipate this schedule may change. Next slide, please. There you go. Some of you may have attended our tree workshop this past February in the Burlingame Rec Center. At this event, attendees were given a chance to use model trees to design a planting scenario along the roadway. Attendees learned about the types of constraints our designers have to deal with, like tree trunk circumference and how it relates to sight distance for drivers. This event was a great example of how Caltrans has been working to keep the public involved in this project every step of the way. We are now entering another milestone marker regarding the right-of-way and encroachment, which will require some outreach above and beyond our regular course of business. Next slide, please. To start this conversation, we have Matt Getz introduce this topic of public right-of-way. Matt?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I apologize, my camera, I have my own technical difficulties, so my camera is not cooperating tonight. But I'm the District Land Surveyor for Caltrans District 4, and I'm here tonight to refresh our understanding of a public right-of-way, and as it applies, especially in the project area. So public right-of-way is just a form of ownership of the road. It could be owned by the city, the county, and in this case, the state. The subject roadway was actually a county road from the early days. We've seen maps from the 1870s where El Camino Real is shown as a county road. But in 1909, the first state highway bond was passed, and the accompanying Highway Act defined several routes to be transferred into the ownership of the state. And El Camino Real at this location was one of those highways, those roadways that was ownership was transferred to the state for inclusion in the state highway system. And in fact, 1912, this section of roadway that we're working on was one of the first state highway contracts in the area. So within a public right-of-way, of course, there's infrastructure that supports the transportation of goods and services, automobiles and so forth. But as you can see from the slide, there's also other functional aspects that are installed. For example, sewers, other utilities, underground utilities. There, of course, is the roadway itself. In this location, the subject location, we have 2 northbound and 2 southbound lanes. But we also see that there is sidewalks, there are trees, there are planting areas, and retaining walls and other features that have been installed within the state right-of-way over the years. And some of these have been installed by the adjoining owners. Now, within the corridor, the public right-of-way is a fixed width at any one location, but it may vary as you travel up and down the length of El Camino Real. So one block, it might be a certain width, and then the next block, it might be a different width. So how do we ascertain where the public right-of-way, the limits of that public right-of-way? Well, that's what my team does. And so can I have the next slide, please? So the surveyors on my staff, they research the state right-of-way line, and they do that by looking at evidence that exists both in the field as well as in the record. So in the record, they might look at maps that have been recorded, deeds that have been recorded, improvement plans, any source of evidence that's going to indicate what the appropriate location of the boundary of the state right-of-way will be. They look to statutes. And so any source of information that will provide evidence that will allow them to establish the location of the right-of-way line, that's what we look at. And of course, field data is a big part of that, tying in monumentation and physical features, both by conventional surveying methods, like you see depicted here, but also through aerial photography. All of these have been used in this corridor in order to have a very strong indication of the appropriate location of the state right-of-way line at any one area. So we collect all that information, and then a significant amount of analysis and mapping effort goes into it. So I have a senior transportation surveyor and 2 professional transportation surveyors that are licensed. All of them are licensed. They've all spent a lot of time and effort to really be confident of the location of the right-of-way line through this entire corridor of this project. On top of that, once we've indicated where the appropriate location will be, we actually go out and do additional field verification by collecting evidence even removed from the corridor itself to make sure that it fits with the blocks, the surrounding blocks and lots in the area. So all of that goes into the effort so that we are confident of the location of the right-of-way that we've established. And so once we're done with that entire effort, then we turn all of that information over to our design team so that they can start to compare where the right-of-way line is and the physical features that are out in the field, and what physical features might be inside the right-of-way and what features are outside the right-of-way, and whether those features are utilities, as we discussed, or are they private, were they placed there privately. So I'm going to turn it over to the design team who's undertaking that effort, and Isaac is going to speak to that.
Hey, Matthew. We have the next slide, please. So part of my job for this meeting today is to discuss a little bit about the encroachments that are occurring within the project limits. Next slide, please. So we're defining an encroachment as any structure, object, activity, or any kind or character within the state right-of-way, but that is not part of the state facility or serving a transportation need. There is no fixed standard right-of-way, but there are some common assumptions that people might have made. Over time, property owners likely made assumptions about where their property boundaries were and moved forward with their project.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Your audio is a little bit garbled, and so I think, it's a really important presentation. We want to make sure we're hearing you clearly. Is there any way for you to check your audio or maybe?
Yeah, sorry about that. Let me check it real quick.
You could try turning off your video and only going to audio. If necessary, we could reschedule this presentation for another time if we run into some technical difficulties that we can't overcome right now.
Hello, is that a little bit better?
Yes, thank you.
Would you like me to start again from the top of this slide?
Yeah, so we are on defining encroachment slide, and if you could just start from there. And we appreciate your being thorough and also mindful of the time. Thank you.
Thank you. We're defining any encroachment as any structure, object, or activity of any kind or character within the state right-of-way, but is not part of the state facility or serving any transportation need. There's no fixed or standard right-of-way, but there are some common assumptions that people might have made. Over time, property owners likely made assumptions about where their property boundaries were and moved forward with their properties, leading to unknowing encroachment. Seen in the slide here, the encroachment is between the back of the sidewalk to the Caltrans right-of-way line. And we made the determination of how deep that encroachment was. And we calculated by subtracting the distance between the back of the sidewalk and the right-of-way. Instances of the encroachment on El Camino vary from 0 to 10 feet. Next slide, please. So unlike some other more typical roadways, the El Camino Real public right-of-way includes planting areas with state-owned trees. The trees are now intermixed with encroachment in some areas. Next slide, please. So the design team has separated, categorized the encroachments in 3 categories, as seen in the slide. We have low, medium, and high severity. Low severity would be less than 2 feet. Medium severity would be 2 to 5 feet. High severity is anything greater than 5 feet. And this is the distance from the back of the sidewalk to the right-of-way line. Next slide, please. So any encroachments, as Matthew has mentioned, any features for encroachment features are listed on this slide. They may, slide please, as Matthew has, they may include all this, but also it's not limited to anything that's listed on this slide. Next slide, please. Within the project limits, there are about 214 instances of encroachment. Approximately 34% are identified as low, 28% are medium, 38% are high. Next slide, please. Specifically within the city of San Mateo, there are 56 instances of encroachment, 12% are low, 61% are medium, and 27% are high. Now I'll turn it over to Romel to talk about the upcoming funding milestones.
All right, well, thank you, Isaac. Let's see. Critical steps completed. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Isaac. This slide shows the next steps for funding that will occur. First, project design will be completed. Then, as you can see, right-of-way certification is necessary prior to requesting fund allocation for the California Transportation Commission, or we call CTC. Right-of-way certification needs the following: clearing of any utilities, securing of temporary construction easements, and or we call TCEs, and permit to enter and construct, or we call it PTENCs, from each property owner where work will occur adjacent to the project area. Resolving and clearing of improvements built on state right-of-way, including walls, stairwells, fencing, irrigation, landscaping, and parking stalls. After fund allocation, contractor bidding will open and the project will move forward with construction. Next slide, please. Okay, upcoming outreach. Now Rebecca will cover some next steps regarding outreach. Rebecca.
You're muted, Rebecca.
Rookie move, sorry about that. Next slide, please. This just shows a really brief outline of what's been going on. So we were at the Burlingame on the Avenue event this past weekend, and we are planning a public reveal of some renderings and designs of the avenue or of the corridor. So it's actually a 3D video style rendering that's really quite impressive and shows you really what the corridor will look like down the line. And then also, as mentioned earlier, due to the complexity of encroachment and right-of-way, there is additional outreach and education needed. So we will be having meetings with the property owners that are encroaching on the right-of-way to properly inform them of the process and just let them know what's happening. So with that, I just want to open it up to questions and thank you again for your time. We know that was a lot of information, so we're here to help answer any questions or thoughts.
Thank you. I think probably the first question on everyone's mind is, are you doing early and targeted outreach to affected community members starting now, or what is the timeline for that?
That is a great question. Thank you for that. We are starting the process. We're putting materials together for this outreach. As you can imagine, it's rather delicate, and we are definitely trying to get our ducks in a row. So the outreach to the residents, the affected residents, will occur, we're hoping, in September or October. We are working with you, the city of San Mateo. I think I've been in touch with a few of you about some workshops that we're going to be having in order to prepare along with the city of Burlingame, because at the moment, Burlingame and San Mateo are the two affected cities, or the cities with encroaching properties. Ramel, did you want to add anything to that?
Oh, no, you answered it. I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Yeah, so definitely in the coming weeks, you'll be hearing more from us, and we are going to keep it moving along as quickly as we can.
All right, thank you. Anyone else would like to ask a question? Deputy Mayor Nash.
Thank you, through the mayor. I would love to know many of the property owners, particularly the ones with the more severe encroachments. The chances are probably pretty good that they purchased their property and were not informed that there were encroachments that existed with the property for whatever reason. And some of these may be long-standing. So what is their recourse when they purchased a property that you say has an encroachment, which could in fact be very severe?
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. Ramel, I might have you start that question and then perhaps you can pass it on.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. Encroachment, private encroachment onto state right-of-way is really the private owner's responsibility. However, for the benefit of both the project and the residents, we will be working with the residents on a case-by-case basis. We do have upcoming private owner meetings that we want to schedule with them. And we also have our public information officer, Alejandro Lopez, information available upon request. Rebecca, do you have anything to add?
No, I think that that's exactly right. The PIO on this project is Alejandro Lopez, and his information is available on our website, which is elcaminorealproject.com. And we invite questions in advance of the owner meetings, questions like that from landowners. However, we are planning to tackle, like Ramel said, this is an important project, and we understand that there's a lot of unknowing encroachments out there. And so those will be dealt with as you know, carefully as we can with the owner meetings coming up.
And perhaps Alex or Christina, you might be the ones to tell me this, but my guess is the majority of these houses fall within District 1.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, so for your information, I am the council member representing District 1, so I would like to be involved in all levels of communication throughout this entire project, because obviously I want to understand what's happening in my constituents, and I want to be there to make sure that whatever does happen is an equitable solution for everyone.
Absolutely. Yes, we will include you in future meetings and communications surrounding this.
Thank you, and I'd love to come in and actually meet with Alejandro or yourself or whomever for a detailed briefing on this. Thank you.
Through the mayor, just one more follow-up question. I've heard that there are 56 instances. Do we have any idea what the breakdown is for those properties as to whether or not they're homes versus apartments? Are they mostly homes, mostly apartments, or what the mix is? And is the outreach going to be a little different for apartments as opposed to homes? Thank you.
Thank you. That's another great question. Thank you, council member. I believe we don't, Isaac, I don't know if you want to chime in here. I don't know the breakdown of homes versus multi-family or multi-unit, but we could probably figure that out, offline. But yeah, go ahead, Isaac. I don't know if you have a sense of that.
Yeah, I have the answer to that first part of that question. Yeah, we do have an idea of how that breakdown is, depending if it's like a single family house, or if it's an apartment or a condo complex, or if it's a business.
So I think, do you want to share it offline, Isaac? Is that?
Yeah, that's
okay. I think that might be appropriate just at this time, but yeah, we do have that information. And the communication, just to answer the second part of your question, the outreach will be slightly different because we do understand that some apartment buildings and frankly, single family homes might be managed by independent parties and the owners might not live locally. So the goal will be to make sure that we cast a wide net and make sure that property managers and property owners are informed of the outreach events that we're scheduling.
Thank you. And I hope that our communications team is working in concert to push out these educational and engagement opportunities as well, so that we can work in concert together to help get the word out. Thank you for the presentation and the information. And with that, I think we will adjourn this meeting or this item, not this meeting, and bid you good night. So thank you so much, Rebecca and Ramel. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have made it through our ceremonial items. And this is the time where we turn to consent calendar. And I would like to ask our Deputy City Clerk to please read the consent calendar.
With pleasure, Madam Mayor. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the Council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 3, City Council meeting minutes approval. Item number 4, cable casting and channel management services agreement. Item number 5, League of California Cities Annual Conference voting delegation designation. Item number 6, zoning code amendments for city projects, modifications to planning applications, and height limitations and exemptions. Ordinance adoption. Item number 7, municipal code amendments for new development parking garage, security requirements. Ordinance adoption. Item number 8, Concar Passage Mixed Use Project Development Agreement Execution Extension Request. Ordinance adoption. Item number 9, technical services for housing, real estate, and fiscal analysis agreements. Item number 10, community development block grant 2022-23 annual action plan amendment and agreement. Item number 11, permanent local housing allocation grant program fiscal year 2023-2024 grant appropriation. Item number 12, on-call professional planning services agreement. Item number 13, Flock Safety Platform Purchase Agreement. Item number 14, Celebrite Premium Software Subscription Agreement. Item number 15, Traffic Safety Public Service Announcements, Agreements, and Appropriation. Item number 16, Washington Park Basketball Court Improvements Contract. Item number 17, Wastewater Treatment Plant Transfer Pumps Improvement Project Bid Rejection. Item number 18, Construction Special Instruction Services for Clean Water Program Amendment. Item number 19, Bridge Management Program Development Agreement. Item number 20, Marina Library Structural Improvement Project Grant Funding. Item number 21, Fire Stations 21 and 23 Shower Remodel Contract. Item number 22, Temporary Standby Generator for Dale Avenue Pump Station Upgrade Contract Change Order. Item number 23, Marina Lagoon Fill Pump Overhaul Change Order. Item number 24, Wastewater Treatment Plant Immediate Action Project, Package 2, Appropriation and Contingency Increase. Item number 25, Comprehensive Liability Fund Appropriation. Item number 26, Community Facilities District number 2008-1, Bay Meadows, Annual Appropriations Limit for Fiscal Year 2023-24, approval. And finally, item number 27, Marina Lagoon Pump Station Appropriation and Agreement.
Excellent. Is there any member of the council who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar? Excellent. Is there any member of the public who would wish to comment on any consent calendar item? Now is the time to make your comment. This is for consent calendar items only.
And I have no in-person speaker slips. There are 2 hands raised right now. And if you intend to comment on consent calendar, please keep your hands raised in the Zoom. If this is not the item you wish to speak on, please lower your hand. Okay, looks like we have 2 speakers. Our first speaker is Gayatri JG. If you could go ahead and provide your comments. And you'll need to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Gayatri. I am just commenting during public comment to to ask the San Mateo City Council in the future to support SB 403, the bill to currently to support protections against caste-based discrimination. I think it's something that is going to facilitate civil rights for all, and is going to be something
Excuse
that really
me.
allows. Yes.
This is for public comment on the consent calendar. That item is not on our consent calendar. We'll have you come and speak to that under the public comment for items not on the consent.
Oh, okay. Okay. I apologize. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Grubb.
Yes, hello. I have a question about and a comment on item number 8. In terms of the 2-year extension that is being granted, it's my understanding that with that comes some requirements to fence and plant on some of the ground that is now just dirty vacant lots, particularly the one on Delaware, which is an eyesore and an already unattractive part of the city. It's still just dirt, and now the weeds are starting to grow on it. And I want to ask if the city is going to enforce the remediation efforts required to keep that from just turning into a dust bowl and mud hole. And I hope the city will hold the development's feet to the fire and ensure that they comply with those requirements. Thank you.
And we have one more hand raised for comments on consent calendar, and that would be Ryan Moriguchi. Ryan, please go ahead.
Good evening. My question is on, can I speak about item 23? The maintaining of the lagoon, or should I wait?
The pump station, the
Correct.
lagoon. Go ahead and make your comment.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Lee, Deputy Mayor Diaz-Nash, and other city council members. My name is Ryan Morgucci. I live in North Central. I spoke in the prior meeting about the immediate action and evaluation, repair, and maintenance of the storm drain system. And I live on Tilton between Humboldt and Idaho. The two drains at the intersection of Tilton and Idaho flood to people's homes multiple times every rain season, meaning the drain system is broken and needs repair. I call every time this happens, and not only for emergency service, but also leave messages for the manager, and yet the problem exists. So please, I implore you, please release some of these rainy day funds ahead of time, whether we have to, I mean, I know that there's a bill coming where we're going to all vote on it. I'm reaching out to every San Mateoan that I know, but we've got to protect all of our neighbors. You know, everybody's affected by the water. You know, if you don't have flooding at your home, it's because the water's going somewhere else and it affects other people. So please, let's maintain our storm drain system and release funds to do so. I realize that there are other neighbors that are in need of this more than I. However, this problem that we have down here at Idaho and Tilton will become a major issue at some point. So let's prevent that from happening. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no other public comment.
Thank you both to the speakers, and as another North Central resident, I concur and appreciate your call in. And for the gentleman with a question about the development agreement, I believe city staff could do a follow-up with you to answer any specific questions. So with that, is there a motion from council to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Great. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Hedges?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Mayor Lee?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Next.
Mayor, if I could make just a comment.
Oh, please go ahead, Deputy Mayor Nash.
Thank you very much, Mayor Lee. We are about to start on a big presentation about the floodwater, and I know many of you are here for that, but I just want to acknowledge the work that city staff has already done and is doing, and item 27, which was just approved on the consent calendar, is a major part of that. So I wanted to thank Public Works staff and the community for getting that to this point.
Thank you so much. Next on the agenda is public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the City Council at this time. State law prevents council from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up, and this public comment section is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to council's discretion and can be extended if council wishes to do so. If needed, an opportunity for additional public comment may also be provided later in the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have 4 speakers in person, and please raise your hand now if you intend to speak from Zoom. And it looks like we have 4 speakers there, so 8 in all.
Okay, so again, this is for items not on the agenda.
Okay, our first speaker in person is Chef Lamont, but I think you want to comment on the item 28? Okay, thank you. Diane Whitaker. Hold on, Diane.
Okay, I don't see the red light, so.
Thank you, you're a hot mic.
Good evening, City Council. I am here tonight to give a big shout out to Heather Stewart, Senior Management Analyst who is retiring this week, and to thank her on behalf of the Civic Arts Committee, current and past members. In 2005, the City Council adopted the ordinance that added the Art in Public Places chapter to the San Mateo Municipal Code and called for establishment of the Civic Arts Committee. In August of 2008, the City Council appointed the first 6 members of the Civic Arts Committee, and we held our first meeting in October of 2008. Since then, the Civic Arts Committee has been staffed by 7 different city employees. We've held over 75 meetings. We typically meet 4 times a year, plus or minus. And Heather has staffed nearly half of those 75 meetings. As one of the 2 original members still on the committee, I can attest to how much dedication, commitment, and organization Heather has brought to our committee and our meetings. It is no exaggeration to state that the Civic Arts Committee would not be where it is today without Heather Stewart. Thank you, Heather, and happy retirement.
Very nice, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Edward Evans.
Good evening, Mayor Lee, Deputy Mayor Diaz-Nash, and welcome, Mr. City Manager. My name is Ed Evans, and I'm a San Mateo resident, and I'm also a representative of NorCal Carpenters Union, Local 217. I come here tonight first to say thank you. Thank you for the strong labor standards language that went into the draft general plan. Very happy with that. Tonight, I'm here on behalf of our membership to ask for some next steps. As you may be aware, the City of Berkeley has passed a labor standards ordinance called the Berkeley Hard Hats Ordinance. And it's our goal to see something like that enacted in San Mateo and actually in cities throughout the county. We're already working toward that in South San Francisco and Redwood City. So I don't want to take up too much of your time tonight. I think I know you all pretty well. I'd like to forward something to you through the clerk, maybe tomorrow or later this week, with the Berkeley language, and just to give you an idea of something that we're looking for. Things that cover apprenticeship, local hire, prevailing wages, and medical care for construction workers. And so with that, I'll say goodnight and have a good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Our last in-person speaker is Monica Lee.
Good evening, Mayor Lee, City Council members. My name's Monica Lee. I'm a member of the San Mateo Age-Friendly Task Force. And I'm here today to ask for some financial support for the work that the task force has been doing over the last several years and hopes to continue to do for the city. In October of 2020, the San Mateo City applied to the AARP to become a member of the worldwide network of age-friendly communities. And by doing so, it committed itself to a 5-year course, initial 5-year course of action to make the city more age-friendly. Part of that committee was to design an age-friendly action plan for the city. And that was within 2 years of applying, and then the next 3 years are supposed to be spent implementing that plan. Last November, I was before this this council, I'm sorry, and together with Bob Palacio from Parks and Rec, and we presented that action plan. It outlines 8 specific action items that the city has committed to do over the next 3 years until 2025. The volunteers of the Age-Friendly Task Force have been very involved and working hard on trying to implement some of the programs that were outlined in the action plan. We have done this without any financial support from the city so far. It has cost the city nothing. When we needed printing supplies, we paid for that. When we needed to buy a tablecloth to be in Central Park for our presentation to the city, we had to pay for that ourselves as well. But we've now reached a stage where we do need financial support to be able to continue with the work that we've been doing. And so one of examples, for instance, is the age-friendly business certification project that the age-friendly plan contemplates. It needs to have some financial support to access training for businesses and also to have a website that can be used to record the results. And so I have, on behalf of the age-friendly task force, I've written to the City Council, and I hope you all received the letter asking for funds. And I would very much appreciate if the City Council would support that request and allocate the money to our age-friendly task force. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions?
If I could, since we made the announcement, we now have 8 hands raised in the Zoom environment, and we began public comment at 8:10. That would take us to 8:25 per our rules. So at council's direction, do we want to cut off public comment at approximately 8:25 and move it to the end of the meeting for anyone who has not yet commented for items not on the agenda?
Anyone? I think we have a really meaty agenda, and so I think it's great to move forward. And any additional public comment, you can feel free to email all of us at citycouncil@cityofsanmateo.org. We read all of our emails. And if you wouldn't mind waiting till the end of the meeting, we will hear your comments then.
So I'm going to take probably the first 3 speakers to get to our timeline. The first speaker is Olga. Olga, please feel free to unmute yourself and go ahead and give your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I would like to say that I really appreciate the fire safety presentation today. It is great to see that our firemen are on top of important safety issues and advise extra attention be paid to the growth of hazardous trees. In Maui, one of the most glaring oversights in addressing known avoidable risks was a negligence in diminishing the destructive potential of highly flammable, non-native invasive species of grass that grew unchecked and carved an explosively fast-moving path of intense fire towards and through the historic town of Lahaina. We in San Mateo have our own non-native invasive fire hazard. That is the eucalyptus trees that arrived here from Australia. These fast-growing trees have proven to be ticking timber time bombs that ignite and actually explode with great ferocity and have been key contributing factors in several deadly California blazes, including here in the Bay Area. These are trees that belong isolated in parks and in Australian forests and should not be found growing alongside homes in an American urban environment. Cities around the state have begun to ban the selling, planting, and growing of eucalyptus trees in their residential environments. And I strongly recommend that the city of San Mateo do the same before this known risk grows and, God forbid, leads to tragedy at home. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is then Mosey Sandra Heron. Please go ahead.
Yes, good evening. City Council. It's really a wonderful pleasure to be able to address you. My name is Thenmori Soundarajan, and I'm from Californians for Caste Equity. We are bill sponsors of a new bill in the California legislature called SB 403 to end caste discrimination. This is a virulent form of discrimination that impacts hundreds of thousands of Californians and citizens inside of San Mateo. In fact, from our data at our organization Equality Labs, we have found 1 in 4 caste-oppressed people face physical and verbal assault, 1 in 3 educational discrimination, 2 out of 3 workplace discrimination. That's why this historic bill has been endorsed by hundreds of civil rights organizations across the state, including the American Bar Association, the ACLU, the NAACP, and we would ask the city of San Mateo to consider the ways that they might partner with Senator Wahhab's office on this bill once it passes, and that if there's any discussion in the city of San Mateo about the experiences of caste discrimination in the city, that we do so in a thoughtful way that centers those that are discriminated on the basis of caste, and to work ideally with the Human Relations Committee so that we can ensure a process that is safe and welcoming to all. Because unfortunately, many caste-oppressed people, when they begin to talk about these issues, face physical violence, verbal violence, and all sorts of disinformation and harassment. And we imagine once this bill passes that there will be some challenging conversations. But the city of San Mateo also has led the way on so many civil rights and environmental issues. And we really hope that the city council will take into consideration this powerful bill and really look to supporting its passage once it comes out so that we can implement civil rights for all San Mateans. Thank you so much, and looking forward to the process.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sunita Singh.
Hi, good evening, council member. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I merely thank you and the council member, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present. I am also a big supporter of SB 403, and I am hoping and requesting you to look into SB 403 and learn as much as you can if you already have not. This is a civil rights bill that is going through legislation right now. It was just passed last week on Wednesday from the Appropriation Committee. So it will be going to the Senate floor in the near future. And we are just reaching out to all of our local representatives to support the bill. And we want everybody to be treated as humans because, like I said, this is a civil rights bill. We don't want anyone discriminated against based on what caste they belong to or where they work or where they live. We should all be, in my view, we should all be treated as human because there was only one God who gave us all the right to be on this earth. And there should be no one other person telling me or anybody else they're above me. So that's just wrong. So please, I ask you with great pleasure and hoping that you will support our bill. Thank you.
And we have time for one more speaker. Gayatri JG, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Gayatri, and apologies for my earlier mishap. I misunderstood when the public comment section was, so thank you for allowing me to speak again. I'm calling in support of SB 403 as well. The bill currently in assembly to add caste as a protected category in anti-discrimination policy. Just calling, to support it because as an Indian American, of dominant caste, Hindu background in a state with one of the largest South Asian American populations in the country, I can attest to how effective this bill would be to further civil rights for a marginalized group in the state that so far has no protections. I've seen the ways in which my community, which is the dominant caste South Asian community, has used the fact that we are the majority of immigrants to the United States and have access to powerful social networks and capital as a result of the 1,000-year-old structure that is the caste system in order to discriminate and isolate caste-oppressed communities in housing, the workplace, schools in the United States. The passage of SB 403 will allow for protections against this discrimination and will allow for the diversity that California is so proud of to really thrive. And it is the fight for SB 403 that has allowed so many caste-oppressed people to share their stories, which you can find online. Thank you so much, and I hope can be supported.
Thank you, and it is 8:25, so we'll finish public comment at this time and invite you back up at the end of the meeting if you still want to give comments. Thank you.
And thank you everyone who spoke up. Again, a reminder that state law prevents the council from taking action on any of the items that are not on the agenda during reports and announcements. We can elevate our questions and concerns, and if there's a majority of council to take up an issue, then it will return to the agenda. Okay, with that, I want to do a check bio break needs. Are we keep going? No. Okay, I'm hearing that maybe a quick 5-minute break is called for. We thank you for your patience, and we'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Yeah.
So you can do that now.
So you just gotta have a little more views.
Okay. Are we back? Madam Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, thank you everyone for returning, and we are ready to turn our attention to new business. Item number 28, New Year's Eve storm status report and staff direction. It looks like we have a presentation from Deputy Director of Public Works, Matt Fabry, and President at Chafin Wheeler, Chuck Anderson. And I do want to call out an old friend who has returned to us, Brad Underwood, who is serving as our interim Director of Public Works. Good to see you back in your seat, Brad. And so we will start with the staff presentation, please. I know that we have a number of public comment speakers, so we have some decisions to make about timing there, but let's start with our staff presentation, please.
Good evening, Mayor Lee and members of council. Matt Fabry, Deputy Director with the Public Works Department, and I am joined with Chuck Anderson tonight from Chafin Wheeler that will be co-presenting. So what we'll be talking about tonight will provide an overview of how we got here tonight, what drove us to have this presentation. I'm going to give a brief overview of Storm Drainage 101 to make sure that we're all talking the same language when we talk about our storm drainage system. We'll talk about the New Year's Eve storm and what that storm was like and what some of the impacts were. We'll do a little deeper dive on the Marina Lagoon and incidents that happened at the lagoon on New Year's Eve. I'll turn it over to Chuck at that point to provide a summary of the analysis that they did. Then we'll talk about wet weather preparation in terms of what we're doing to get ready for upcoming storms. And then we'll give staff recommendations and next steps before we turn it back to council for feedback and direction. So the New Year's Eve storm was a significant storm. It was the first of an ongoing series of storms that hit San Mateo and the peninsula. It caused flooding throughout the community. The map that you see on the screen here is a map of streets that have been identified by the community representatives out here in the audience tonight as streets that flooded. It was widespread flooding that impacted residents throughout the city. We know that a lot of residents were significantly impacted by this storm, had significant impacts to their homes, their communities, and we acknowledge that, recognize that was a serious challenge for a lot of people. They look to the city as the entity that protects them from these efforts, and public works as the stewards of the public infrastructure. We have a significant role in that, and we take that seriously. So after the New Year's Eve storm, council requested that there be an analysis of the storm and what happened and what the city's response was. That's part of what we'll be presenting on tonight. There's also been ongoing significant calls from the community for action and reports out on the issues and what happened. And so that's also why we're here tonight. And we've also been doing outreach and engagement with the community. We've been meeting with groups from different areas to talk about what's happened, provide some of the analysis that we'll share tonight. So that's what's bringing us here tonight. So I'm going to put this up front just so that council is thinking about this as we go through the presentation. We'll be requesting feedback and direction on a few things. One is, are there any questions on the New Year's Eve storm analysis that Chuck will present? We want to see if council concurs with staff's recommended proposed three-phased approach to implementing and funding additional storm preparedness actions, and I'll present what that recommendation is later in the presentation. And then also get any feedback on our proposed outreach and communication strategy, recognizing that continued communication with the community is essential as we go through dealing with future storms. So a little bit of background on the storm drainage system, and we do this just to make sure that all members of the community are understanding how our storm drainage system works, how it's different than our sanitary sewer system, and making sure that everybody's educated on this. So when it rains, runoff goes into what we call catch basins or drainage inlets. We have over 5,000, nearly 6,000 of those drainage inlets. They're little grates you see on the side of the roadway. The water drains into those, then goes into our underground piping system. We have over 130 miles of storm drain pipes that carries that runoff directly to usually wherever the nearest surface water body is. And we do have 20 miles of open creeks and drainage channels, both public and private. There are a significant number of our creek areas and channels that are privately owned, where the city has no rights or responsibility to get in there and do anything. We also have one significant flood control facility, which is our Marina Lagoon that we'll talk about later, that does have 2/3 of the city that drains into that facility. Most all of our stormwater runoff ends up going through one of our 10 pump stations that helps to get the water out to the bay. Ultimately, all of our stormwater runoff ends up in the bay. And we also have a bayfront levee system. We have about 3 miles of city-owned and maintained levees. And those levees are protecting us from water that comes in from the bay. And so it's an important part of our overall system, but it's a little bit different than when we're talking about the storm drainage infrastructure that's helping to deal with the water that falls on the city and then has to get out to the bay. We have a variety of watersheds. We have 7 major watersheds in the city, as you can see on the map here. And I'll just highlight that the 3 sort of on the bottom, the 16th Avenue, 19th Avenue, and Laurel Creek are the main watersheds that drain to the lagoon. We also have a little bit of direct drainage that's listed there as Mariner's Island that goes directly into the lagoon on the east side of the lagoon. So that's about 2/3 of the city drains into the lagoon. We have the San Mateo Creek watershed that is the only watershed in the city that actually doesn't go through a pump station. That creek drains directly out to the bay. Everything else that drains in the city actually goes through a pump station before it gets out to the bay. So we've got our pump stations watershed in the north part of the city that has 2 pump stations, the Poplar and Coyote Creek pump stations, and then we have the 3rd in Detroit pump station that deals with runoff from the North Shore View area. And so now we'll talk about just briefly the difference between the sanitary sewer and stormwater systems, because we sometimes hear these get mixed together and people are asking questions about, well, aren't we dealing with our stormwater with our clean water program and the money that we're paying into the clean water program with our sewer bills? So I just want to make sure everybody understands that these are 2 different systems. The sanitary sewer system is a system that deals with the water that drains from inside your house. And so when you're using your sinks or your toilets or your washing machines or dishwashers, all that water goes into a separate piping system that goes underground. It also has manholes and pipes similar to our storm drain system, but all of that goes to the wastewater treatment plant where it is cleaned before it is discharged out into San Francisco Bay. The stormwater system captures all the runoff from all of our impervious surfaces. It goes out, as I said, into the roadways and into these drain inlets into a separate underground system of piping before it goes out to the water bodies. And for the most part, our stormwater goes out without any form of treatment. So it's very different than what we have with the sanitary sewer system. And although our sanitary sewer system is not completely immune from infiltration by rainwater and groundwater, we do get a certain amount of infiltration, and that is part of the reason that we have the clean water program, is to upsize our capacity in the sanitary sewer system to make sure that we don't have overflows from that system in wet weather events. So that is the case, but the amount of rainwater that gets into our sanitary sewer system is a very, very small fraction compared to what is going out through our storm drain system when we have storms. So as part of that overall system, we do have sort of standard wet weather preparations that we do every year, which includes cleaning, catch basins that have trash capture devices in them to prevent debris and trash from getting out into the bay as part of our regional stormwater permit requirements to clean our stormwater runoff. We do have a certain number of trash racks that are in our creeks and channels that our crews go out and clean. We have also some large trash capture devices that our crews clean. We do have leaf removal programs where we go throughout certain parts of the city where we've got significant leaf drop, and we do a seasonal program to remove leaves. We do prepare our 10 pump stations to make sure that those are prepared for the wet weather in terms of cleaning out the wet wells, making sure the pumps and everything is maintained and ready to go. We do the same thing in terms of managing the Marina Lagoon, which also includes lowering our levels down in the lagoon to our winter operating levels. And then we have been operating multiple sandbag stations in the past years that are open 24/7 to the public to come and get sandbags. So now I'll talk about the New Year's Eve storm and the impacts that we saw from that. One of the big issues with the New Year's Eve storm is that it was not well forecast, and this has been documented that the forecast that came out from the National Weather Service underestimated how much rainfall was going to be seen in the Bay Area and other parts of the state. And so we were expecting to see about 1 inch of rain on New Year's Eve, and what we ended up getting was over 5 inches of rain in a 24-hour period. So it made it difficult in terms of, we'll talk about this, but I think, 5 inches of rain in 24 hours is very difficult for us to do anything different to prepare for it, but we weren't expecting this sort of a storm event in terms of our preparations, and we do meet regularly to talk about forecasted storms and do we need to change our operations at all, and so we did not see the need to do things differently than we were prior to the New Year's Eve storm, and then we were surprised with the amount of rain that we got, as many jurisdictions were on New Year's Eve. This shows what happened on New Year's Eve, and that San Mateo, particularly south of Highway 92 and northeast of Interstate 280, had some of the highest rainfall on the peninsula in the Bay Area on New Year's Eve. You can see that San Francisco also got hit very hard. The size of the circles represent the intensity of the storm event. We'll talk a little bit about what that meant for San Mateo. What was notable about this storm on New Year's Eve was that it was sort of what we call a double barrel event, where you can see that on the chart there that there were 2 periods of heavy rainfall. The larger spikes that you see on the chart represent the rainfall. So there were sort of 2 peaks with a bit of a lull in between. And so we'll talk about the challenges with that in terms of we got hit really hard early on, it tapered off, and then we got hit really hard again in the afternoon. And we had some significant intensities, and we talk often about storm intensities, and I know it's a confusing way to describe things. We talk about things like 100-year events. A 100-year event is basically an event that has a 1 in 100 chance of occurring, so it's a 1% chance of occurring in any given year. And so we did see certain intensities with different time periods where we saw like a over 100-year 2-hour event, over 100-year 3-hour event, and ultimately over 12 hours, the storm was the equivalent of a 300-year event. So an event that has even less statistical likelihood of happening than a 100-year event. So it was a very significant event, and I think this is important to recognize in the context of all the storms that continued coming and hitting us all the way through March, that we never had as significant of the problems as we did on New Year's Eve, and it's because of the size of the event that we had on New Year's Eve. So again, this map, as I mentioned, is a representation of streets that flooded in San Mateo, and I know that there's probably others that aren't captured on this map, so if your street flooded and it isn't shown on here, it's not intentional, it's just trying to track all the locations that have flooded. These pictures show some of the impacts. The top picture is drainage up near Laurelwood Dam. The bottom picture is in the village. Clockwise from the top left on this image is North B Street, where we had businesses that were flooded when San Mateo Creek overflowed. The top right is the Fiesta Gardens neighborhood. Bottom right is up in the condos or apartments that are up off Ticonderoga and Polhemus roads. And then the bottom left is our corporation yard, actually where our sandbag station was that flooded when the creek overflowed right next to the corp yard. Our crews were out on New Year's Eve, starting at 5 in the morning and throughout that storm and every storm after that. And they do a lot of challenging work out there during these rain events. This is an example of them cleaning one of our trash racks, and this one is clearing a tree that had blocked the culvert under 3rd Avenue J. Hart Clinton on San Mateo Creek. And I just want to take one moment to acknowledge our field staff, that they are incredible, dedicated staff that came out for this storm, worked 16-hour shifts and did that for every storm thereafter, and we're always out there, never complained when we went to 24-hour operations that I'll mention was never any complaints. People just stepped up, and a lot of these folks don't even live in San Mateo, that they're coming here to protect all of us. So I can't say enough about our field staff with the work that they did. So after New Year's Eve, I just wanted to talk a little bit about how our storm response evolved. With all the subsequent storms that happened, we did end up opening the Emergency Operations Center twice. That was open for 24 hours, straight, 24/7 for multiple days. We did proclaim a local emergency here. We secured and distributed over 2,000 cubic yards of sand at 2 sandbag stations. It was an incredible challenge to even keep those sandbag stations full of sand. We were competing with every other agency on the peninsula to get sand. We had to send staff twice all the way up to Sacramento to buy sandbags because you could not get anything around here. We did go into 24/7 operations multiple times in the subsequent storms where our staff were asked, at 3 o'clock on one day to start doing 12-hour shifts the next day. And as I said, everyone stepped up and did it. Nobody complained. We also had even staff from our admin group and our engineering group that volunteered to do 24-hour staffing on our public works phone line to make sure that people had a phone number to call and to take the burden off of the police dispatch, because police dispatch fielded over 1,300 calls on New Year's Eve, and they were overwhelmed in terms of dealing with all of that. So we did work on subsequent storms when we had these major storm events that we had our own public works dedicated call line so that dispatch didn't have to handle as many calls. We did work to preemptively be ready to close roads that we knew were prone to flooding. We staged closure materials at those locations to be ready to close those quickly. City Hall was set up as an evacuation site and temporary shelter at one point. And then right after New Year's Eve, we moved into the next potential immediate crisis, which was the concern about a spill from the Crystal Springs Reservoir into San Mateo Creek. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. We got 6 inches away from the spillway. And that reservoir rose significantly on New Year's Eve and then in all the subsequent storms. And so it was a real potential. And once that reservoir spills, whatever goes into that reservoir comes over the spillway, and there's no way to control it. And so we did have to prepare in terms of what was the potential impact to that, where we're going to have to do any evacuations of areas that might be impacted, and plan for road closures and things like that. So fortunately, it didn't happen, but there was a lot of behind the scenes work that happened in terms of being ready for that if it did. After dealing with all the storms, we moved into recovery support, and so the city did provide over $175,000 through its storm recovery damage fund, and that went out as 47 grants to residents and businesses as direct financial support. We are near the end of a lengthy reimbursement process with FEMA to try to get reimbursed for costs that the city incurred in responding to these storms. We've been working on our community collaboration and engagement, and so we have had multiple focus meetings with Marina Lagoon residents about what happened at the lagoon. We've had a couple of broad community meetings to talk about New Year's Eve and the subsequent storms. We've been engaging ongoing with the leaders of the Flood Free San Mateo Coalition that are here tonight. We have been working with community members on updating our standard operating procedures for the Marina Lagoon Pump Station. We're appreciative of their volunteer support on that. And then we've been doing continuing ongoing education regarding the Community Flood and Storm Protection Initiative. So now we're going to talk about the Marina Lagoon and what happened there, which was one of the areas that we had significant challenges on New Year's Eve. But I want to make sure everybody understands the lagoon and the system. A lot of people, what I talk to when I say we had problems at the lagoon, they say, oh, Foster City's lagoon? And I say, no, we actually have our own lagoon. So this is the San Mateo Lagoon. You can actually see the Foster City is the darker one up on the top of the image. Ours is the one below that, and it runs from right to left, from south to north in terms of the flow in the lagoon. So it goes from basically sort of near the Belmont border all the way up to where it discharges near Seal Point Park. And the way that water gets into the lagoon, we have the ability to bring bay water into the lagoon from 2 different locations. It can either flow in through the tides at the south end on the far right of the image, through the tide gate that allows water in from O'Neill Slough, which we can close that and prevent water from coming in. And we also have a fill pump at the pump station at the far left of the image that allows us to pump water in from the bay. And then we have the three creeks that I mentioned that drain directly into the lagoon. You can see the Laurel Creek, Burrell Creek, and Leslie Creek. Burrell is also called the 19th Avenue Channel, and Leslie is the 16th Avenue Channel. But all of the water that gets into the lagoon, the only way that that water can get out of the lagoon is through the pump station. There's no spillway for overflow if it reaches a certain level. It is dependent completely upon that pump station being able to pump water out of it. So just to give people a sense of what that means, this is pictures of one of the pumps being reinstalled after it was refurbished recently. These are very large pumps. Each of the pumps is driven by a very large diesel engine. These pumps individually can pump 150,000 gallons a minute. And so we have 5 of these pumps. And so when all 5 pumps are running, we have the ability of discharging 750,000 gallons a minute from the lagoon. So in terms of what happened at the lagoon on New Year's Eve, we did see a very rapid level rise in the early hours. The blue line on this chart shows what our transducer was reading in terms of the level at the lagoon. We did end up, unfortunately, having multiple of those diesel engines fail in the early morning hours, which meant that those pumps were not running that are attached to those diesel engines. And then we also had a compounding problem that when those engines failed, there should have been replacement pumps that were immediately called, and that did not happen. And then we had one engine that had problems all day long. And so the orange line or the reddish line that you see on the chart is showing the number of pumps that are running at any given time. And so in the early morning hours of that storm, when we should have had 3 or 4 pumps running, we only had 1 or 2 pumps running. And we got behind in the early morning of that storm, which was the first of the double barrels, and we're not able to catch up after that. And Chuck will talk about the details. We also had a problem that the alarms that should have alerted our staff that we had engines fail did not get called out. So our staff were not aware that we had had these engine failures early on in the morning until they got there around 8 in the morning and then started getting them back online. But they did have problems with that one engine all day. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chuck, who will talk about Schaffenweiler's analysis.
Thank you, Matt. Good evening, Mayor Lee, council members, staff, members of the public. I'm here to present to you the results of our analysis that Matt just described. And in essence, our assignment was to look at that event in itself, figure out why it performed, why the flooding occurred as it did, and then look at, once you are able to do that, we did that through numerical modeling, as I'll explain briefly. And once you are able to do that, you can look at some but-for or what-if cases. What if those pumps had operated like they were called for? So the last time we took a serious look at the Marina Lagoon system was in 2014. And we put together a model that was used to establish what's known as a base flood elevation. This is what you see on your FEMA maps. So what you can see here on the horizontal axis is time, and the vertical axis is the depth of rainfall. What's in dash, what looks really kind of spiky, is the FEMA design storm used to establish the base flood elevation in 2014. Then we're able to compare it to the New Year's Eve 2022 storm, which is shown in orange here. And as Matt mentioned, there's sort of a double barrel effect to that. And what's important here is while the design storm is more intense, the actual storm on New Year's Eve had a lot more rainfall volume. So let's look at what difference that made. As I mentioned, we leveraged the work we had done in 2014. It was updated primarily in 2 ways. One, in 2017, San Mateo County flew using a technique known as LiDAR. It's laser imaging. We have new ground surface, new topography, and above the elevation of 94.8, which is where the Marina Lagoon operates during winter storms, it gives us a good picture of the area and volume in the lagoon. So what this is showing here, so we put the new elevations in for the ground and the new data for the lagoon itself. Also in 2017, Moffitt Nickel, that's MNN, you see on your right there, did a survey of what was underneath the water level in the lagoon. So what's on the left is kind of the basis for earlier work. This comes all the way from when the pump station was built in the 1980s. And what's on the right is the existing, or as of 2017, information on the lagoon. So what's important to note is earlier, what you see shaded and on the left is what we call active stormwater storage. The pumps, the Marina Lagoon pumps, run between an elevation of 95 feet. It's on a different datum, City of San Mateo's datum. And they used to run to elevation 98. And in the 1984 report, that active volume, storage volume is 526 acre feet, you see there. In 2014, we looked at what it would take to reduce the flood level from 98 down to 97.3, and that active volume was about 428 acre feet. What's shown on the right, it looks like the active volume may have changed, and we don't think that's the case. It just means that in 2017, the data that's available to us now versus what was available in the early 1980s is more precise. So the important thing to remember here is where the pumps are operating, and which is what really drives the performance. And what's shaded there, active volume really has not been degraded over time. However, what's below the water level, we've lost almost 30% of that volume just due to natural sedimentation. But again, it's really important to note that during the storms themselves, that level be below 95, which we, instead of calling active storage, sometimes we'll call it dead storage. What the difference between what we had in the past and the present really doesn't affect the performance during storms themselves. So we took the rainfall from the New Year's Eve storm, our new model with our new ground information, and verified it that it replicates well what we observe out in the field. So we had a number of, thanks to a lot of people who took observations, and what you see on the left there is the city staff gauge. And this, again, is on the city's datum. So during this whole process, we're very careful to match up the city's datum to the datum of the ground information, which is something called NAVD, it's North American Vertical Datum. So they're converged there, and we're just careful to make sure we're looking at everything on the same datum. So over a course of time, people took observations, were able to relay that to the ground information as to where the water was at certain points in time. And for example, the lagoon basically peaked on the evening of the 31st, almost at 5 o'clock, at about 98.5 feet on the city's datum. We ran our model, and the results you see here for the recorded pump operation, that's in red. So it's on the bottom scale. Again, the horizontal scale is time during the course of that storm. And now it's on the Y scale, or the vertical scale on the left, is the elevation of the lagoon itself. And this is again in that City of San Mateo datum. So 2 important points here. The red line is what actually happened. And again, we're able to verify pretty well with recorded levels in the lagoon. This is with those pumps failing, as Matt described. What you see in green is what would have happened, the only change being that those pumps, instead of failing, turned on when they were called. So the green line, you can see the maximum level would have been actually very close to what was mapped out there, and is a little more than a foot lower than what had occurred. Again, the green is what would have happened. Nothing different other than that when the pumps are supposed to turn on, they would have turned on. So to summarize our findings, this had all the Marina Lagoon pumps operated when called during the storm. We would have still seen the flooding from the 16th Avenue channel upstream of 101. See some flooding around the 19th Avenue channel, otherwise known as Burrell Creek, again upstream of Highway 101. We still would have had the spill out of Laurel Creek at the George Hall School culvert, because that's a constriction. And there would have been some other isolated flooding, mostly contained in streets downstream of Highway 101. So I mentioned we looked at the 2 different cases, and we could kind of map that out, what this means. This is up near 16th Avenue drain. What's shown in kind of the blue color is what would have happened had the pumps worked like they're supposed to, and what you see is red, what actually did happen. So the difference between the blue and the red is just the difference in the pumps working the way they're supposed to and the way they actually worked. So again, when you're upstream or southeast, if you will, of Highway 101, you don't really see much of a difference at all. The difference in flooding due to the pump failures at Marina Lagoon are really isolated to the areas closer to the lagoon itself. Here's moving south a little bit, this is sort of corroborating, again, we had corroborating evidence, if you will, of flooding in the neighborhood that at least gives us some confidence that what we've modeled makes some sense. Moving further to the south, we see the same phenomena. You see some differences in flooding, mostly pronounced the closer you are to Marina Lagoon. Again, once you're upstream of Highway 101, it really doesn't make too much of a difference because the flooding there is really controlled by the system capacity upstream. And what's going on at Marina Lagoon in this storm did not affect that. Again, more corroborating evidence. And then lastly, down towards Laurel Creek, you see the same phenomena. And again, corroborating evidence that as models go, this does a decent job of showing what had happened. So again, we're confident when we look at different scenarios, we're seeing what would have happened had other things taken place. So to summarize the results of our analysis, that New Year's Eve event was greater than the FEMA 100-year design event, which originally was used to establish the base flood elevation at the lagoon. The maximum lagoon levels were about 1 foot higher during the storm, based on what actually happened out there that evening and early morning, than they would have been had all the pumps been called per the settings that were in place and all the pumps were operational. Most of the street flooding shown during the simulated storm results from inadequate storm drain and creek capacity rather than higher than expected lagoon levels, again, other than just isolated immediately next to the lagoon itself. So out of all of this, our major takeaway conclusion is that the most important preventative measure, because as Matt said, the only way for this water to leave the lagoon is through those pumps, is to make sure that all those pumps are operational when they're called.
And we'll talk about our plans for upcoming rainy season and moving forward into the future. And so our staff recommendation is to take a sequenced approach. And the approach that we've recommended is based on our staffing capacity, based on sort of the meaningful sequencing of when things need to happen. You know, certain things need to happen in advance of other things, and we'll talk about that. And recognizing a potential opportunity for one-time funding to advance some of these efforts. So we've broken it down into what we're calling immediate actions, short-term actions, and midterm actions. Immediate actions are the actions that we are really focused on that are to address the upcoming rainy season. These are things that we have to do right now to be ready for the upcoming potential El Nino wet weather that we're expecting to see. Most of these actions that we are able to do or saying that we're going to do don't require any additional resources. We can cover those with our existing operational budgets, but there are several that we'll talk about that would require additional resources in order for our department to implement those. The short-term actions are things that will all require additional resources for us to do those. They're intended to be things that would prepare us for future rainy seasons, not necessarily things that we can get done for this upcoming rainy season. And these are important things that would lay the foundation for what we're saying are the midterm actions. And so this is sort of the sequencing approach that we'd really need to do some of these short-term actions before we could move into the midterm ones. And so the midterm actions are ones that are sort of foundational also for sequential to the long term of where we need to go in the long term in terms of our storm drain infrastructure, but they're best to be done after the short term. These two midterm actions that we'll talk about are really focused on updating our needs and prioritizing implementation so that we can do smart usage of our limited resources and also to help us prepare for ultimately trying to dredge the Marina Lagoon. We're not recommending a resource allocation at this time for the midterm actions, mostly because we think that from a capacity standpoint, we can sort of handle the immediate and short-term items, and the midterm ones also, I think, need additional data and better scoping before we would be ready to come forward with a funding request for those actions. So we will present sort of our recommended funding approach for the immediate and short-term actions. But first I'll go through, this is the tables that were directly in the staff report. And so these, I won't go through all these are just the list of items that we are going to do that we don't require any additional resources for. I did want to highlight just a few of those at the bottom, as there has been discussions with the community about what's the Office of Emergency Services role in this. And so we will be coordinating and collaborating with the Office of Emergency Services on updated wet weather planning documents as well as training. And that's going to be happening over the coming months. We will be continue working with the community on the Marina Lagoon Pump Station standard operating procedures. As I said, I'm very appreciative of some of the members of the community that have special knowledge and skills in this area and that are helping us with doing that. We will establish a Marina Lagoon resident flood watch communication program, which is basically continuing and reestablishing a means for lagoon residents and sort of the key representatives of the lagoon to be able to contact the Public Works Department with any concerns about the levels. I do want to stress that in storm situations and emergencies, it's still the best thing to notify our dispatch, as those are the folks that know who's on call and who the right people are to respond. But we will establish to make sure that there is a means for folks to communicate with Public Works on any concerns about the lagoon. And then we also are continuing to coordinate and improve our public outreach and messaging on emergency preparations. And I just wanted to share quickly a slide on that in terms of all the different things that we're doing for outreach, education, and engagement. We continue to do print and electronic mailers. We will be participating at the upcoming general plan town halls and the Bayfront cleanup event, and this would be tabling with regard to general stormwater system education, as well as talking about the Community Flood and Storm Protection Initiative. Doing digital ad campaigns and social media. We will continue to maintain a storm preparedness tip website that you can access at cityofsanmateo.org/floodprep. We urge everyone, and everyone in this audience can do it tonight, is to make sure that you're signed up on SMC Alert as well as Nixle. Those are the two systems that either San Mateo County or the San Mateo Police Department would be using to contact people in emergency situations. So it's very important for people to sign up for those so that you'll be able to receive those alerts. We are continuing to partner with the City County Association of Governments and the Countywide Stormwater Program on Rain Barrel Rebate Program. We are going to have another distribution event at our Corp Yard in the next month or two. I'd urge people to consider getting rain barrels. It won't necessarily solve our flooding problems, but every gallon that we can keep on people's properties is one less gallon that we have to deal with downstream. And then also urge people to consider our Adopt a Drain program, where they can help us be sort of the eyes and hands out in the field and help keep our drains clear as they get clogged with leaves and debris during storm events. So we also have our cityofsanmateo.org/stormwater website, where we are continuing to provide information with regard to the Flood and Storm Protection Initiative. So still on immediate term, this is sort of the first phase of our sequenced approach. These are the ones that would require additional resources. I'm appreciative to the council that you already approved tonight on the consent agenda, item 1, that Deputy Mayor Diaz-Nash highlighted. So this was work that we've been doing since New Year's Eve, is trying to determine, what went wrong with those engines and why did we not get alarms and all those issues that we talked about. And so it's taken time for us to do all of the analysis into that and have various contractors and consultants do the investigation on that. And so we're at a point now where we know where the problems were and what needs to be done. And so part of what council approved is a contract with the diesel engine manufacturer to do some maintenance activities on those engines. And then we will be contracting with other entities at city manager's threshold level to do some of the programming and alarm improvements that need to be done. So I appreciate council approving that. So that's already been taken care of. The other two items is that we have heard from the community that they would like to see more sandbag stations throughout the city and potentially closer to areas that have flooding. And so we're more than happy to deploy more sandbag stations. We thought we could probably do up to 5 and probably beyond that. Not sure that there's that much need for more than that, but it does require additional resources, and it also sort of depends on how much rain we get and how much demand there is. We went through a tremendous amount of sand this last winter, a tremendous number of bags, and so it's hard to know for sure if we would go through the same amounts, but we don't necessarily have resources budgeted to deploy more than our standard 2 sandbag stations. And then there's obviously concern from the public, and it's been brought up in terms of cleaning our catch basins and drains before the rainy season. We don't have the resources to go out and clean all 5,800 catch basins before the rainy season. We do go out and clean certain ones on a semi-annual basis, and those are ones that have trash capture devices installed in them and are more likely to have problems because of the trash capture devices. And so if we do want to go out and clean all of our catch basins, it would require resources. And then, there's obviously certain problematic or priority areas that we may have to revisit multiple times throughout the rainy season. So we don't have resources necessarily budgeted for this. And so this is something that we think that is meaningful and can help us prepare for the upcoming rainy season if there were additional resources for that. So that covers sort of the immediate term actions. I'll now move into the short-term actions, and we had 4 of them in the staff report. One is that we do have an existing Army Corps of Engineers permit for the lagoon, for our operations of the lagoon, and within that permit, it does allow us to do a certain amount of localized dredging at the mouths of the creeks that come into the lagoon, and it allows us to dredge up to 2,000 cubic yards over the 5-year term of the permit. So we would like to move forward on doing that. This is sort of our best estimate of what it would cost to do that. A lot of the dredging costs often are tied to disposal of the material. If it's polluted, it has to go to a landfill, and that has costs associated with it. We have a certain number of localized small-scale drainage improvements that our field staff have identified over the years of areas where we've got things like undersized drain inlets that continuously, can't handle the flow and end up, flooding locally in that area. So we could get going on making some of those improvements and would like to, but we don't have resources to do that. So I think we've identified 40 priority locations, and so we thought we could get started at least with the first top 10 of those. We've talked about getting camera monitoring on some of our priority creek locations or trash rack locations. That this would be for operational purposes for our staff, and this is focused on allowing us to have eyes out in the field when we're not there and to be able to see if a trash rack is getting blocked up, and gives us a more efficient way to manage our resources to go out and respond in the field. And then Chuck could talk about this more if there's questions, but there is newer, fancier LiDAR that can be done in terms of getting better resolution data than even what we have from 2017, where we could even get data below the surface of the lagoon that would give us enhanced bathymetric information of the lagoon and give us better data on sedimentation in the lagoon, give us better data on our creek elevations and information on sedimentation and issues in the creeks, as well as enhanced ground surface elevation. So we think that this is an important thing to move forward on because it's going to provide us necessary and useful data for our 2 midterm actions that I'll move to next. And those are updating our storm drain master plan. Our storm drain master plan is almost 20 years old and needs to be updated in terms of what are our problem areas. Obviously, things that were identified as problems 20 years ago probably have not gotten better, so we can assume that those problems are still there. But I think what we're also lacking is data on how things have degraded in the past 20 years. We also don't have a great prioritized plan of action in terms of what should we be tackling first. We've identified a whole lot of problems, but don't necessarily have a priority as to what should be done, first over something else. And then I think given the magnitude of some of our challenges, it would be valuable to do a more detailed alternatives analysis to see if there are more cost-effective ways of addressing some of our challenges. Like some of our challenges that are large are things like culverts under Highway 101 that are not simple projects to move forward on. So we really need to update that, but this is an example of where we think we need to get some of that enhanced data first before we could move forward on it. I think we also want to look carefully at our existing budgets to determine where there are potentially other existing sources of funding within our budgets that we could put towards this effort. So we're not at a point yet where we feel like it's appropriate to be asking council for a funding allocation for this, and so we'd be coming forward either through the budget process or at a future time to fully address this issue. And then the last item is dredging the lagoon, and this is an issue that has obviously been brought up many times by the community as a concern. As Chuck indicated in his analysis, and it can be read in more detail in their report, is that the sedimentation that we're observing is below the operational levels of the pumps from a flood control perspective. And so we don't think that dredging is going to be the answer to keeping the lagoon from flooding like it did on New Year's Eve. We think that the key thing to deal with from what happened on New Year's Eve is to make sure that those pumps run. But we recognize that there are other reasons to dredge the lagoon, and it has not been dredged in a long time. And it does make sense for us to start moving forward on developing a design and doing the permitting and environmental study, which are significant efforts to move that forward. But we also would benefit from having that higher resolution LiDAR data to give us better details on what is the sedimentation levels, where is it need to be dredged from, and moving forward on that. So it's also something that we think is a midterm action and that we're not prepared to ask for funding for. And it's also ultimately dredging the lagoon is really dependent upon having a much larger pot of funding. And so we think waiting to see, whether the community is supportive of the Community Flood and Storm Protection Initiative before we, jump too far on this would be valuable, and we should know about that in the coming months. So those are sort of the sequenced actions. And so in terms of funding these, we did think that potentially if the council was willing to consider an appropriation of up to $3 million, it would get us most of the way through those immediate and short-term actions. And I should stress that our dollar amounts that were associated with all of those are our best estimates, which we didn't have, a huge amount of time to dive deep in those. And so they are estimates, and ultimately we would come back to council with actual costs on any of these if we were to move forward. And so if we were to do a $3 million appropriation, our recommendation would be that council consider utilizing the 1.9 million of general fund that just came in recently from the state for backfilling our vehicle license fee shortfall. This money was not planned in the adopted budget, and so it's sort of money that appeared that we weren't expecting, and so it would be something that we could tap into that wouldn't change sort of the perspective of the adopted budget. And then we know there's been calls from the community to tap into the rainy day reserves, and so I think if we were to add another 1.1 million from the rainy day reserve to that we could have 3 million that would get us through those immediate and short-term actions. And so in terms of next steps, obviously with the approval of the consent agenda item, we're going to immediately start the work on doing the necessary maintenance and programming at the pump station so that we're not waiting on. If council concurs with the staff recommendation, our next step would be to come back on September 5th for a request for a $3 million appropriation that would be intended for items 1 through 7. And then in terms of those items, if we need to bring contracts back to move those forward, we would bring those back to council for approval as soon as possible when those are ready. And then we will start moving forward probably in mid-September in terms of cleaning catch basins if council is supportive of that and the catch basins and the capture devices. And then we would start moving forward on the design process in terms of procurement, of getting folks on board that could help us with that localized lagoon dredging project in the near term. It's not something that we could do before the upcoming rainy season, but it's something that we think could be done over the next year to get that done. So I think that concludes our presentation. I'll bring it back to the 3 questions that we had presented earlier on in terms of, are there questions from council on the New Year's Eve storm analysis? Does council concur with or have changes or modifications for the proposed 3-phased approach for both implementing and funding these additional actions? And then is there any additional feedback that council might have on our proposed outreach and communication strategy? And so with that concludes our presentation.
Thank you both for a very thorough presentation, and I really appreciate the call out to our friends in the neon yellow shirts. So if you're wearing a blue shirt and you haven't given an attaboy to our friends in the neon yellow shirts, please do so. They work really hard to protect all of us. Okay, this is the time for questions from council. On occasion, we open up public comment first. If it is council's pleasure to hear from public first, then we can reorder our deliberation. Yes? Okay. It's a little unorthodox, but I know that we have a lot of people who want to speak, and some of their questions and ideas might spur greater conversation in depth. So let's open it up to public comment.
Okay, if I could at this time, we have approximately 26 in-person speaker slips. If you are on the Zoom call and want to speak to this item only, please raise your hand at this time. We will. I will give a number for that in just a moment. And then, okay, you're very organized. And as usual, we do a gentle reminder of our rules in here. This is a formal official meeting of the City Council. Our decorum rules are based on the motto, get respect, give respect. And to that end, we ask that you uphold that intention and give all public speakers respect. We ask you not to engage in clapping, well, though earlier was great, shouting, cheering, or jeering from the audience, as this has a chilling effect on public testimony. All persons wanting to give testimony are welcome to do so. All points of view are welcome and necessary for council to hear. We don't want anyone to be intimidated away from giving their comment because of crowd response. So thank you very much for how you've always handled that. We appreciate it very much. And then one last call again to please, if you're not speaking on the stormwater report, please lower your hand in the Zoom call. If you are intending to speak to this item, please keep your hand raised. And at this time, we have 5 speakers online, 6 online, and then about 25 here. Our usual guidelines, which council can give direction on, is that for 1 to 10 speakers, we usually do the 3 minutes. For 11 to 20 speakers or so, we do 2 minutes, and then anything above that is 1 minute, but it's at council direction. So if you could let us know what you'd like to do.
I think that we are comfortable moving forward with 1 minute per speaker. All right, I'm going to call up the first speakers. We can. So the first speaker, and I'm going to call, well, you're already lined up, but I'm going to call 3 out so you know, and you can come line up against the wall so we can move through these efficiently. So the first speaker is Danielle Swerko-Godiski, followed by Russ Wilshire, and then Amy Jessel Bedard. So please come forward.
Hello, can I start? Is that fine? Hello, thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Danielle Swerko-Godiski. I'm a resident of Shoreview. My home flooded. First, I want to welcome Alex and Brad out of retirement, and I want to thank Chuck, the Department of Public Works, and Matt Fabry for the last 6 months or 9 months for working with us and for all the work you've been doing. I'd like to request that the council release rainy day funds immediately. I'm aligned with city staff's recommendation. And I also want to say that I support the Stormwater Protection Initiative. It is vital that we get it passed. And I don't know if you guys know in this community, Buckminster Fuller, but he talked about spaceship Earth. And so the notion is that we all live on this planet. Obviously there was a hurricane recently, Hurricane Hillary in Southern California. I'm running out of time, but we need to fix the infrastructure because we can't keep up with climate change, and it's really critical we do this now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Russ Wilshire, followed by Amy Jessel Bedard, and then Mantush Kumar.
Hi. In the last 36 hours, Southern California has been inundated by the remnants of Hurricane Hillary. This was tragic and very unlucky. Unlucky because if the hurricane had only begun 10 degrees more westward latitude or 100 nautical miles in motion, it would have missed Southern California entirely. But that would have been tragically unfortunate for us because the tropical storm would have come onshore in the vicinity of Santa Cruz and left torrential rains throughout the Bay Area, and we were only in August. It would have dumped nearly 50% more rain than we experienced on 12/31. Just something to think about. I'm asking you to please do the right thing and release the rainy day funds as requested to better improve the rainwater infrastructure to better handle these future events that are coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Amy Jessel Bedard, followed by Mantush Kumar, and then Rich Kranz.
Hi, yes, thank you. I also want to echo the hope for reducing, to release the rainy day funds as soon as possible. But I'm going to add a little other thing, and that is because I'm very afraid that this initiative that we're all T-shirted out for will not pass. And the reason I'm saying that is I've been going door to door, talking to various neighborhoods, and they are lacking the education. They all think it's a lagoon issue. They do not see it as a citywide issue. And I'm very concerned about that. So I really want to focus on Matt's comments and definitely short-term, definitely mid-term, look at releasing those rainy day funds. I can only equate it to something like Lahaina because that maintenance, if they would have had the Hawaii Electric and the cords in the trees and done all that, they would have prevented a lot. I grew up in Hawaii, and I don't want to see this happen again with floods like we did last time. My place flooded as well. The corollary, it's not just Lahaina, it hit Kihei, it hit all of Maui, all of them are feeling it. So let's not have it happen.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mantush Kumar, followed by Rich Kranz, then Lawrence Ives. And this is the last opportunity to raise your hands on the Zoom call if you intend to comment on this item. Please raise your hands now.
Hi. I'm one of the residents. We are one of the residents, our home flooded. It is very personal to us. It's not a theoretical thing. I have lived in US for half of my life. Rest of half was spent in India. We lived in the Ganges Basin. We had not seen any event like this. People are talking about 100 years event, 200 years event, 300 years event. I am not likely to live more than 50 years. We are all going to be dead in long term, so we need to take action now. We need to take action now. We need to make sure that we fix this issue, otherwise there will be repercussions. I will make sure that I have been calling Kevin Mullins, I have been calling everybody, and we'll make sure that if this doesn't happen, we are citizens of this country, citizens of this state, this county, and we'll make sure that, this voice is felt everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rich Kranz, followed by Lawrence Ives, and then Michelle Swirko-Gadiski.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rich Kranz. I believe most of you know me. So a standard operating procedure update. SOP's coming along. A few chapters have already been written and reviewed by DPW. We hope to have a viable document using best management practices for this winter's rainy season. Lagoon level camera. Due to city computer security concerns, the SOP committee has begun building our own level meter, which will have a camera on it that you can drill into the website and see real time what's going on. More details to follow. Page 1-7 of the 2004 Shaft and Wheeler report warns us that we are setting ourselves up for a flood. We had the flood. So here's the deal. $111 million is available for the safety of our city, and we need really about 8.5. We're asking for 3. I'm begging you guys to release the money. You wouldn't go on an airplane to Hawaii on a vacation, didn't have enough fuel in it. Don't make these guys work without funding. Word. Finally, an unsolicited recommendation. I've been working with Matt on and off for quite a bit now. He's the real deal. We're looking for a DPW manager, hire this guy.
Thank you.
Done.
Next speaker is Lawrence Ives, followed by Michelle Swirko-Gadiski, and then Eric Glazer.
Hi, I'm Lawrence Ives. I'm on Mariners Lagoon, and I probably spent more time on the lagoon than most anybody else in this room. I'm a physicist and an engineer, and I'm trained in mechanical and fluid mechanics. And I've seen personally the infrastructure issues that are driving the problem that caused the issues that happened last January. And it's going to take years to get all these infrastructure issues taken care of. And it's imperative that we get started now, because every day you delay is another day before the citizens of this city will be safe and secure in their homes. So I urge you to release the funds that have been requested. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, we have 6 speakers remote, and the last speaker remote will be Louise Duncalf. So next speaker is Michelle Swirko-Gadiski.
Thank you. Yes, hello, my name is Michelle Swirko-Gadiski. I live in the village, and our 2 sons are 4th generation San Mateans. So our love for the city runs very deep. Last winter, as you can see in these pictures, our entire street on San Miguel Way flooded. We're still recovering from the damage to our homes and properties. I'm here tonight to ask you to take urgent action to make us all, including the 21 children on our block alone, safer ahead of the next winter. Our city currently has $111 million in rainy day funds. It's time for you to spend some of that money to protect us from the next rainy day. I support the request by our Department of Public Works for the release of funds up to $8.5 million to fix urgent problems with our stormwater infrastructure, and I expect you, our elected officials, to do the same. I also request that you spend the money in an equitable manner, targeting high priority projects in all city districts, and provide transparent reporting on how funds are used on a regular basis. You need to act now. It cannot wait another winter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Eric Glasser, followed by Nikki Huth, and then Annette Bianco. Is Eric Glasser in the house? Okay. Next speaker, Nikki Huth, followed by Annette Bianco, and then Andrea Shaw.
Hi, I'm Nikki. I'm from Sunny Bray, and my entire property and lower level of my house had flooded. And at this presentation and the one that the Public Works presented earlier, I gathered that the pump repair and dredging would only help the residential areas east of 101. The west side would still flood due to the issues with the culverts, the creeks, and the storm drains. So I'm asking not only that the requested amount of money be released for all the repairs that are necessary, but that the work is done on the east and west simultaneously so we aren't left behind. El Nino's on its way, and I'm really terrified of being flooded again. Thank you.
Thank you. Annette Bianco, followed by Andrea Shaw, I think, and Keith Carlson.
Hello, my name is Annette Bianco. I've been a resident of San Mateo on Dale Avenue since 1984, and our street also experienced severe flooding that hurt a lot of people on the street, and I'm asking you tonight to take urgent action to make us feel safer this winter by approving the use of the funds to do that. And I have a special request also to make sure that communication is really improved this time, because I remember trying to call, and everybody was trying to call, trying to get information, trying to get somebody to respond to what was going on, and nobody was answering the phone. They were referring us to the non-emergency line of the police. They didn't know what to do. The fire department was called. Please work on improving the communication. And I request you spend the money that's authorized in an equitable manner. Make sure that all the high priority.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Andrea Shaw, followed by Keith Carlson, and then Heidi Moser.
Mayor Lee and City Council, my name is Andrea Shore, and I live in the Parkside community. I've been a resident of San Mateo for 72 years. I went to public schools here. I graduated high school in Burlingame High School and went to university in the Bay Area. I have never seen a storm in my experience, in my memory, like the one on New Year's Eve. My neighborhood was flooded. My neighbors were in a panic. They were without sandbags. I agree that the funds should be released from the rainy day fund. I think that we need to be safe, we need to be proactive, we need to prepare, and we need to take this seriously. I request that all this money be used in an equitable manner, that the short-term goals and the midterm goals be followed, and that this was an excellent presentation from Matt. Thank you so much for all your work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Keith Carlson, followed by Heidi Moser, and then Mitch Spiegel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Keith Carlson. My family and I live in Mariners 1. We've been in San Mateo for 25 years. I want to thank you very much for the thoughtful presentation on what happened on New Year's Eve. That was actually my house in one of the pictures. So I'm thankful for reliving that moment, which wasn't all that pleasant. I strongly request that the council, the mayor and the council consider releasing the funds for these projects that have been recommended. I also recommend you go over and above to some of the intermediate and medium-term action items that they recommended as well, which I thought should be actually considered now as well. Those are some pretty important items, so please consider releasing those funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Heidi Moser, followed by Mitch Spiegel, and then Lila Conda.
Hello, Mayor Lee, City Council. Thank you very much for all you do for San Mateo. My name is Heidi Moser, and I live at Laguna Vista since 2001. And I live at the very south end of the lagoon. And I have seen how the water came up and how scary it was. We were lucky that we didn't get flooded, but I am here to ask you to, my major concern are the pumps. I'm very worried if someday really we have more problems with the pumps, the water come up really high. And I'm here tonight to ask you to take urgent action to make us safer ahead of this imminent storm season. Like most of us here tonight, I'm requesting that this council releases the $8.5 million requested to have the waterways and the pumps fixed from the rainy day fund to be used by the Department of Public Works to fix all these problems.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mitch Spiegel, followed by Lila Kanda, and then Valerie Oblath. Is Mitch not in the house? Okay. Lila Kanda, followed by Valerie Oblath, and then Mariva Godfrey.
Hello. My name is Lila Conda, and I live at Laguna Vista in the Los Prados neighborhood of San Mateo. The Department of Public Works report identified many problems that caused our New Year's Eve flooding. Monies for the subsequent list of priorities to correct many failings and prepare for unexpectedly large storms must be allocated now. DPW estimated costs of this storm preparation at up to $8.5 million. That's a number that I've seen. It's August, and our changing climate has simultaneously given us wildfires and heavy rains. It's here. I'm asking that the up to $8.5 million that's been requested be funded so storm preparations can start now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Valerie Oblath, followed by Mariva Godfrey, and then Charlie Sherpa.
Hello, my name is Valerie Oblath, and I live in the Laguna Vista neighborhood of San Mateo. With the exception of 3 relatives, my entire family lives in Southern California, one of them close to Ojai. This coming winter, I don't want them to go through what I have gone through in the past 36 hours, knowing I could do nothing at this distance except wait for news. While we cannot control Mother Nature, we know that most of our last winter storm damages were preventable. To head off another disaster situation, I'm here to implore you to support the Department of Public Works report and its recommendations to prepare San Mateo for this coming winter. Please authorize the release of up to $8.5 million, which will allow DPW what it needs to do its job and get us ready. Time is of the essence, and time requires you to act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mariva Godfrey, followed by Charlie Sherpa, and then Andy Midione.
Thank you for your time, Council. I'm Mariva Godfrey. I serve as a coalition member and also an ad hoc committee member, and I've been a resident of San Mateo for 42 years, proud years. Last winter was plain old terrifying, okay? Not to mention expensive and heartbreaking for the families in 10,000 homes that suffered flooding, and for those of us that told ourselves, there but by the grace of God go I. Everyone was impacted by flooded streets, closed food markets, businesses, shortage of sandbags, etc. Winter is conservatively 2.5 months away. And while it's very promising that all of you have endorsed the ballot measure, and I'm just here to remind you that the release of the money needed immediately, but up to $5 million, which the Department of Public Works really needs, and get us ready for the impending severe weather storms, okay? Match your actions with words. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Charlie Sherpa, followed by Andy Midione, and then Shav Hamadov.
Good evening, Mayor Lee, members of council. My name is Charlie Sherpa. I've lived in San Mateo.
Thank you.
My entire life. The immediate release of the $8.5 million fund would paint the city council as one willing and capable of responding to the needs of its residents. This is a state of emergency preparedness that cannot be delayed. That's what the rainy day funds are for, and you have the governing power to release those funds now. We expect responsible and responsive leadership that will equitably and transparently address the high priority needs in each district this coming storm season. Please give the Department of Public Works the resources they need to complete the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Andy Midione, followed by Shav Handamov, and then Katya Tarantera.
Andy Midione, I'm a retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel and a pilot. I live in the Laguna Vista home community on Kimberly Way on the south end of the inlet part of the lagoon. And I think also that urgent action is needed to address the flood control issue and potential flooding of homes. During the last storm, many homes were flooded, and we want to learn from our mistakes. More storms are forecasted in the future, and we should initiate plans to prepare for this. According to the New Year's Eve storm report, the Marina Lagoon serves a critical role in flood control for the city, with over 2/3 of the city draining into the Marina Lagoon. The inlet side of the lagoon needs to be excavated up to at least the fish market. I also recommend use of the city's emergency funds to start the process, and we appreciate the transparency to see where the funds are spent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Shav Hamadov, followed by Katya Tarantera, and then Anna Swerko-Gadiski. Do we have Shav Hamadov here? Okay. Katya Taranteva.
Good evening. My name is Katya Terentьева, and I'm a homeowner in Laguna Vista community. So New Year's flooding affected everyone, whether directly or indirectly. I've lived in 4 different countries of 4 different development stages, but I would never imagine seeing such a devastating impact of heavy rain, which we saw last New Year. We are about only a couple of months away from the new storm. There is no time to wait, and I request immediate release of rainy day funds up to $8.5 million as requested, and to enable the Department of Public Works to start acting. There is no time to wait, and I hope you can use your powers and help us to have San Mateo flood-free. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Anna Swerko-Gadiski, followed by Alex Swerko-Gadiski, and then Jeff Lamont.
Good evening, Mayor Lee, Council. My name is Anna Swerko-Gadiski. I live in Shoreview, and we flooded last winter. We also flooded in the 1980s when I lived in the village. I support the Flood-Free San Mateo Coalition, and I support their request for funds for the Department of Public Works. I also support the ballot initiative for the stormwater fee. And by the way, thank you so much for your report. Really very enlightening. The council must consider the big picture of climate chaos and be proactive now. The recent tragedy in Lahaina and Hurricane Hillary should sound an alarm. Our infrastructure is aging. Storms that were once in a lifetime events are occurring on a yearly basis. These climate events are continuing to happen and will intensify. So you are elected to keep us safe. Your duty is to invest in resilient infrastructure.
Thank you.
Oh, 1 minute?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry.
You're
Okay.
good. Okay. Alex Swerko-Gadisky, followed by Jeff Lamont, and then Jay Cure.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to welcome Alex to the city. We're excited to have you. Matt, thank you for the great presentation tonight. It was really excellent. Appreciate your transparency. I promise I'm the last Swerko-Gadisky to speak tonight. We left my son at home. Last meeting I came up here and I yelled at the council. We weren't moving fast enough. We're not doing enough. Tonight is a big opportunity for all of us working together to get the ball rolling on much needed infrastructure fixes. I think what Matt is asking for is a critical down payment to start making our infrastructure safer. It sets a foundation for the ballot measure, which needs to pass and which we support. But if we don't start tonight, then those funds will be still too little too late. So please do your job and please support the full set of measures that Matt and team have put forward. And I do want to give another shout out to the Department of Public Works and the neon yellow shirts, as you said. Thank you. We need you. And we think tonight is about supporting you as well.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Jay Cure, followed by Susan Mannheimer, and then Kevin Simpson. Oh, Jeff, I'm sorry. Put you over in the wrong pile.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. You guys need to hire this guy as our next Public Works Director. Great presentation. That's a side note. But anyway, so for many years, myself and my wife lived in the Parkside neighborhood of San Mateo, and I saw what my former neighbors went through. That neighbor is near and dear to my heart. That's a neighbor that I specialize in as a realtor, and I've had a lot of clients that I've helped buy and sell homes in that neighborhood. Well, we recently moved to the North Central area, and guess what? We had flooding there too. And the complex where we own a piece of property has a lot of elderly folks, and they came perilously close to having their lives threatened. So I urge the council to go ahead and release $8.5 million from the rainy day fund. I think, Matt, you had mentioned that we've lost 30% of our storage capacity due to sediment. So the dredging is something that's going to need to be done, either at spot dredging, but at some point it's going to need to be more robust than that. So again, I urge the council to release that money from the rainy day fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Jeff. Jay Cure, followed by Susan Mannheimer, and then Kevin Simpson.
Hi, I'm Jay Cure. I'm speaking for Anna Cure. I'm here to talk about the Stormwater Initiative, public safety, and money. The biggest threat to the citizens of San Mateo today is water. Residents in San Mateo are living in fear of flood a second time this upcoming winter due to El Nino projections and now Hurricane Hillary. The consequences of last season's flooding include tremendous property damage. One life was lost, sewage exposure, and post-traumatic stress for many of the victims. Flooding occurred in several locations citywide. I know people are in trouble. They're living in fear, and I want to help. I want to do something to help the victims. Jay and I, as former commissioners of San Mateo, have endorsed the Stormwater Initiative. We have sent a check for our contribution. The committee needs $35,000 to get this on the ballot. So far, they have received $15,000 in pledges. Cities are only as good as their people. San Mateo is the sum of their neighborhoods. Please help with donations so that all citizens can be safe.
Thank you. Next speaker is Susan Mannheimer, followed by Kevin Simpson, and then Rick Sakuda.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor. Welcome to our new city manager, very exciting, and to our interim Public Works Director, who's just great to have you back. And so I just wanted to say, the primary role for a city incorporating is public safety, emergency preparedness, security. When I moved to the lagoon around 5 years ago, I knew full well that the city had kicked the can down the road, not because they wanted to, not because they didn't want to dredge the lagoon, but because the price tag kept getting so enormous. And what happens over time is it gets bigger and bigger, and as we wait longer and longer, it almost becomes impractical to solve. And I think what we want to say is it's commendable for the staff, but they're under-resourced. We don't have the money for even the staffing that we need, yet alone all of the things we need to do. I ask you, I implore you, I beg you, please save all that money, the 8.5 million. We and this community will work very hard on that ballot initiative, seek the federal funding, but don't kick the can down the road and have further tragedy. We need our infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Kevin Simpson, followed by Rick Sakuda, then Thomas Morgan.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Kevin Simpson. I live in North Central. I'm an aspiring Zwerko Gadinsky. My application is in. So I echo what a lot of the previous speakers have said. I'm all for spending from the rainy day fund at whatever level is required for us to get ahead of the game, because we have other things to worry about. Lurking in that very great presentation by Public Works was a single bullet point about the dam that sits above all of our heads that contains millions and millions of barrels of water, and it sits a few hundred yards from the San Andreas Fault. Thank you. And yesterday we had an earthquake and a tropical storm, and today it rained in San Mateo and I had to turn my windshield wipers on. Weird things are about. Let's not forget the other threats that we have and lose that in everything else that we had before. So let's move forward on this and keep our eye on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Rick Sakuda, followed by Thomas Morgan.
Good evening. The consultant's report came out a little bit different than I expected, but there are several things that we could have done that would have bought us more time. And I've sent an email to all of you on that, so that we're not going to resolve that in the next 30 seconds. Dredging also would have bought us more time. So I think those issues need to be revisited, and I'm happy to do that. The prior director built a wall around herself and her department and separated and disengaged from the public, and I think that had played a big role in the flooding. And we need open communication with our Department of Public Works, and we can provide knowledgeable members from our community that have practical knowledge of the operations of the lagoon. In the past few months, we've been working very closely with Matt Fabry. He's been outstanding. He's genuinely honest, open, and collaborative. And he's a model for community engagement for our city. So I would just like to give him my endorsement and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Thomas Morgan.
Good evening, Council. My name's Thomas Morgan. I'm speaking as a private resident tonight. I'm a Sunny Brae resident here in San Mateo, and hearing the public comment from tonight, it just is something that is incredible, because it seems like there's a very strong consensus between the city and the neighborhoods, and I would really hate to waste this opportunity. And I support the public speakers tonight requesting release of emergency funding and doing everything we can, and also going ahead and supporting that measure in any way that we can. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now going to move to our remote Zoom speakers. The first speaker is Chris H. Please unmute yourself, Chris.
Can you hear me?
Can you speak a little louder? Chris,
One more time. Can you hear me? Yeah, can you
there
hear
we
me?
go. Yeah.
Well, good evening, City Mayor and City Council. Yeah, so listening to the report that was just put out by Schauf and Wheeler seems a little conflicting. They're saying that the Marina Lagoon pumps were not the issue, yet obviously there were multiple failures. And after they pointed out the multiple failures and the water heights, you pointed out that the lagoon wasn't the issue. Yet later, now, they're recommending that there be extensive work done in the lagoon. So I'm a little not understanding the conflict of interest. He's saying the lagoon wasn't the cause of the flooding and the New Year's Eve storm, yet there should be a bunch of resources allocated towards the lagoon. So I'm kind of confused on that point. It would be great if they could comment on that. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jonathan Lee. Please go ahead, Jonathan.
My name is Dr. Jonathan Lee, and my family has owned a residence in the Laguna Vista, Las Pradas neighborhood for over 40 years. Thank you for your endorsement of the Stormwater Utility Fee Initiative ballot measure, which will help mitigate flooding. However, the ballot measure money will not be accessible for at least 1.5 years, and that's if it passes. Our city needs to be proactive and ready now for the severe winter storms ahead. Please consider matching your level of flood support commitment with immediate release of requested funds from the city's rainy day fund to complete flood control projects in progress and have the funds needed to begin other flood safety measures such as the restoration of stormwater waste and flood control capacity of the Marina Lagoon and the strategic plan. The City Council's release of the money, which the Department of Public Works needs now, would be seen as the Council's clear and direct support of flood control and prevention, even more so than the City Council's endorsement of the ballot measure, which has no guarantee of passing. Please allow the Department of Public Works to implement their strategic plan for the winter readiness with adequate funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tassos Zagrafis. Please go ahead.
I support the allocation of $8.5 million to fix stormwater infrastructure priorities, but this is just a temporary Band-Aid. What we really need is a real, long-term, sustainable remedy. The key role of this city council is to protect the community from harm. 4 city council members are new, and maybe they didn't know how bad our stormwater infrastructure was or is, but previous council members should have known. Councilmember Lee, you should have known about this and you should have acted while on city council prior to the flooding. Last year's flood is a stain on your hands. During the flood, you were on vacation. Your failed leadership puts our city in harm's way. We now give you another chance to try and lead. Go get a citywide ballot measure passed. Make it happen. Go get federal and state funding that's available. Go get us a real long-term sustainable remedy. Don't fail residents again.
Next speaker is Kareem Saraf. Please go ahead, Kareem.
Good evening. Been a San Mateo resident since 1975. To the city council, please release the rainy day funds. To the public works team, thank you for all of your hard work and thorough presentation. Question to the public works team and city council indirectly. During your presentation, you stated that one of the more difficult project tasks will be clearing out the culverts at 101. Is that because the culverts are under the purview of Caltrans? And if so, what can the city council do to facilitate this project task? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Louise, and last speaker is Louise Duncalf. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Louise Duncalf. I live in the West Lakeshore area. I wasn't on the lagoon, but I still was concerned what happened to the lagoon. I thank you for the presentation. What is important is what was failed was the pumps. So in the presentation, I'm glad to see that they're going to have problems fixed by fixing the pumps. And I think what was lost was the communications because people were trying to contact somebody to do something about it. So in the proposal, there was something about better communications. And I've lived here since, I've lived here for 37 years, and I feel bad for everybody that was flooded, and for the city, all the areas of the city that the people had to go through that problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, we're done with public comment.
Excellent. Thank you so much to everyone who has stayed with us to provide your comments and feedback and elevate some questions. This is the time for council to ask questions. Questions, please, from council.
Just one moment.
Finance Director Richley just wanted to have a clarifying statement just about overall the rainy day reserves. And I know he's online right now.
Oh, who wanted? Oh, Director Lee?
Yes.
Oh, great. Excellent. I didn't catch that. Director Lee, please chime in.
Good evening, Mayor Lee and members of the council. There was a comment that was made during public comment about the city's rainy day reserves being $111 million. Just wanted to clarify that is the general fund total reserves. The rainy day reserves are projected to be $68.8 million as of June 30th of 2023. The second point is that over the next 7 to 8 years, we're relying on the rainy day reserves to get us through this economic cycle. So we're looking at about a $50 million drop in rainy day reserves. Just wanted to provide that for context for the council.
Thank you very much. While we have Director Lee on, does anyone have any financial questions? Councilmember Lorraine.
Thank you, through the mayor. I do have a financial question. It may not necessarily need to be answered by Director Lee, but I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. Is the Department of Public Works requesting a release of $8.5 million from our rainy day reserves at this time?
Our request is to do a $3 million appropriation that would allow us to get through the basic tasks 1 through 7 that we had listed in the table. We estimated the overall cost of what all those different tasks would be, and that's where the $8.5 million came from. We're not requesting money that would cover the full cost of implementation of all those measures, as well as we were not requesting funds directly for the last 2 items on that table, which were the midterm actions that were the storm drain master plan update, as well as dredging or design for dredging the lagoon.
And thank you. And could you maybe elaborate a little as to why you're not seeking the full amount at this time?
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with, staff capacity in terms of what we can accomplish with the funds. If council wanted to give us $100 million right now, we wouldn't really be able to spend it all in the time that we have. We just have capacity limitations in terms of our staffing. We also, as we tried to outline in the presentation, that we feel that there's a certain sequence of events that need to happen, and so we want to do certain things in advance of other ones, and those things are going to help us inform some of those longer term actions, and so we think it's more prudent to release a smaller amount of funds right now that get us through those steps, that then allow us to have better information then to come back either through the budget process or a separate request to council as we wanted to move forward on those longer term items, that once we had more information and did some of the improvements that we talked about and some of the shorter term actions.
Thank you. That's helpful. I think what I'm hearing is, when we looked at some of this like sort of 3-tiered sequence of like immediate actions, short-term actions, mid to longer term actions, that the $3 million amount, which is a combination of some one-time funds that we happened to receive from the state recently and some rainy day funds, can allow us to complete essentially about as much as Public Works can handle from a bandwidth perspective. Items, from all of the items on the immediate term, and a significant chunk to potentially all, at least at a minimum level of the sort of short-term projects.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, great. And will there be an opportunity for council to return to look at, to return and keep this discussion going and revisit funding those longer term projects?
Yeah, I think that we would be working probably through the regular budget process to put in requests for some of these actions as we go forward. We're trying to look at, is there a need for immediate release of funding that we don't have right now to deal with some of these immediate needs, and so that's what we're asking for. But I think we would be coming forward through the normal budget process if there were things that we didn't think could be handled in terms of timing through the normal budget process, then we would probably come back to council with something sooner than that. But I think timing-wise, it makes sense that we could do the things that we need to do in the short term and then go through our normal process to potentially request additional funding for these other issues. I think a lot of it also depends on what happens with the ballot initiative, and so I think we'll know more information on that in the coming months, and so that also plays into our strategy in terms of how would we go forward with funding some of these longer term efforts.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's good for me at this time.
Other questions from council? Yes. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you through the mayor, and thank you very much, Deputy Director Fabry, and thank you for Schaff and Wheeler and all the teams that have been working on this. So let's see, my first question is, your analysis was only about the lagoon and areas related to that, but then you said San Mateo Creek is the only creek that does not go through the lagoon. So I'm assuming that none of the analysis of impact included San Mateo Creek, and that the same remedy would be to clean out the cisterns and all the things related to San Mateo Creek.
Yeah, and I may ask Chuck to help answer this, but yes, the analysis that Schaff and Wheeler did was focused on analyzing the storm in terms of what the magnitude of the storm was and running that storm through their existing model that was focused on the watersheds that drain to the lagoon, and it was really focused on what went wrong at the lagoon. So yes, their analysis did not include looking at what happened in San Mateo Creek. And so I think that is something that I think Chuck could answer. I think the modeling that we've done on San Mateo Creek is 20 years old and probably needs to be updated. And so I think the issues that we have on San Mateo Creek are probably issues in terms of sedimentation and debris and things like that that need to be managed in the creek. And, you know, part of the challenge with that is what's public and what's private and what does the city have access to and responsibility for and things like that. But Chuck may have some other thoughts.
So Matt's correct. That wasn't included in the modeling of the Marina Lagoon itself. And the work that was done for San Mateo Creek is more than 20 years old. So as part of that storm drain master plan update, that would be updated. And I think it's been brought up earlier, but the whole issue of Crystal Springs Reservoir really impacts the San Mateo Creek watershed. So that needs to be completely revisited. The last time that was done was right around the turn of the century. So
I think we could probably all agree with that. So can I assume that there would be action if we said yes tonight, there would be action around San Mateo Creek to do the cleanup and the storm drains, or is that not assumed in your analysis?
I think in terms of the immediate and short-term actions that we recommended, that's going to be citywide in terms of cleaning catch basins and doing the things that we need to do to prepare for the upcoming rainy season. And the issues with like doing the LIDAR, that would be citywide. So we'd be covering everything with that. So there isn't anything that would be left out. But I think in terms of updating the storm drain master plan, that's not something that we're currently asking for funding now. And so that would be something that would be a longer term action, but we would be potentially, if council supported it, generating some of the high resolution data that would help us with updating the modeling for San Mateo Creek, because it would give us updated elevation data on the creek channel and where there's sedimentation buildup and things like that. And I did just want to mention that Director Underwood and I had a nice call with SFPC folks last week to talk to them about continuing discussions that already had been started with previous Director Mitch and previous City Manager Corbett in terms of partnerships with SFPC and other stakeholders on the San Mateo Creek watershed in terms of developing more of a watershed management plan and updated modeling and things like that. So I think we have opportunities to work collaboratively with other partners that would reduce potentially our cost share for doing those. And that's another reason that we feel moving forward immediately on the storm drain master plan is a little bit premature, because there are other opportunities like this to bring in other partners on certain aspects of that and potentially also do cost sharing on that. So we will continue those conversations and hopefully come up with a fruitful resolution on that in the relatively near term.
And I hope you would come back to us if you needed additional assistance on that.
Absolutely.
Then the next question, I assume sort of the human backup plan for the alarms, God forbid they don't work again, is what you're talking about, the Lagoon Area Volunteer Resource Team. I forget what the name of it is.
Yeah, I think we definitely want to make sure that there's a group, that we've been working with that we call sort of the Lagoon Ad Hoc Group that's, a smaller number of people that are kind of representing the larger Lagoon community. And they've definitely expressed an interest in establishing continued communications with the city. And we had previously established sort of a means of contacting former city manager, former public works director, the other former public works deputy director, and I'm the last one that's left standing of those folks. And so I think we just need to reestablish sort of a communication protocol so that those folks, a small group of people could be sort of the eyes on the ground from the community and have a means of them contacting us, but doing it in a way that isn't, I think the challenge that was attempted to be addressed before was that we had folks calling our field crews that were in the middle of responding to an emergency, and we'd prefer to not have those folks being impacted by calls from the community, and especially if they're not around, if they're on vacation, or if they're actually in the middle of responding to a crisis, we'd rather have folks at different levels being contacted, that I can be contacted or Brad can be contacted, and we can respond to folks that way. So that was sort of the challenge, is making sure that the right people are being contacted and the folks that are actually trying to respond to the emergency aren't having to deal with that at the time.
Great. And I'm assuming you will have a plan as to how, if we do approve money for the sandbag stations, that you'll figure out how San Mateo winds up getting the sand that they need and the bags that they need, and we don't wind up with the same, city competing against city. That just seems like we can all work together.
I think so. We actually ended up, purchasing a lot of sand, and a lot of that sand didn't end up getting used, and so it ended up going back to Bayside Materials. So we have a large amount of sand that's sort of in the bank at Bayside, and we did talk about we need to get that over to our corp yard now so that we aren't suddenly competing with others for sand that is rightfully ours. So I think that we are planning ahead to stockpile sand at the corp yard so that we have excess sand on hand. We did end up buying a lot of sandbags, and so we do have, I think, 20,000 empty sandbags in stock already, and we went through 10,000 during this last winter. So I think we have pretty good supply of bags, and there's only so much sand that we can store at the corp yard effectively, but we will maximize what we can store there. And then it's just a matter of if council supports the approach, then we'll move forward on working with the community to finalize the locations. They need to be in locations that work for us in terms of being locations that make sense to be available 24/7. So they're probably going to be city park type facilities where we've got parking spaces that can be taken away to dedicate to sand. It has to be places that we can get trucks in and out of easily for delivering sand. And then I didn't mention it, and I should have during my presentation, but I think we want to collaborate with the community on volunteers that can help us to manage those stations in terms of both keeping us informed of any challenges with the stations, or if they're running out of sand or supplies, keeping their eye on, we will have, bags out there in containers and things like that to try to make sure that those things are kept in order. But also I think we want to look at, are there opportunities to partner with like CERT or other volunteers that we know that there are needy members of the community that can't come out and do sandbags themselves. And so can we get volunteers that would be willing to help fill sandbags for those folks and potentially deliver sandbags to those folks? And we've heard from the coalition that there are definitely people that want to volunteer to support us on that. So we just need to put that into action.
Great, that's wonderful. And if you do the tests on the sediment in the lagoon and we find that it's not polluted, then am I safe in the last time I heard a presentation by the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority, they said they were always looking for that material and they would love to purchase it if they could find it. Is that a potential future revenue source?
Yeah, I'll tell you what little I know, and then maybe Chuck has some additional information. But we actually, as part of the 2017 or 2018 dredging analysis, they actually did sampling. And so we already have the results of how polluted the sediment is in the lagoon, at least as of 2018. And I don't think that's changed dramatically since then in terms of sediment coming into the lagoon. But it was at levels that were not supportive of beneficial reuse, which means that it would have to go to a landfill. I don't know if the landscape has changed, and Chuck may be able to talk about this, but I think since that time frame, there was a large study that came out from the San Francisco Estuary Institute that said that there is a huge sediment deficit in terms of adapting the bay to sea level rise. And so there may be less restrictive requirements in terms of projects now than there used to be. And so maybe there is a greater opportunity for us to beneficially send that somewhere else to support a project. And that is a huge part of the cost, is if we have to send it all truckloads to landfills for disposal, that drives up the cost significantly. So I think we would definitely be looking for opportunities to have it beneficially reused in some of these types of projects. But the challenge is always, is there a project available to take it at the time that you're ready to get rid of it? Because there isn't usually a lot of storage places for huge amounts of sediment. And I know Chuck has been looking into this a little bit, so he might have some other comments on that.
Not too many more. I don't pretend to be a dirt broker. That is an actual career you can have, but there's a huge deficit in the South Bay. As Matt mentioned, we're doing a lot of restoration projects. There may be uses for it where it's kind of put at the bottom of marsh and then covered over. So we're shopping it a little bit, if that makes any sense to see. And I don't know if it's really a revenue source, but if you could have it taken for minimal cost, that's pretty good.
That's a contra expense, so that's almost a revenue source, yeah. And then final question, as part of your analysis, will you go back and redefine 50-year, 100-year, 300-year? Because clearly, as everyone has said tonight, we are entering a whole new phase in how we define things. I think I would be interested in how you think about it.
I think we definitely need to look at that as part of updating the Storm Drain Master Plan, is what does the future hold for us? And I think that there's already been, a certain number of studies that have shown that, the future 100-year storm might be more like a 50-year storm or something like that, where it's going to be more likely to occur. I think that the challenge that comes along with that is that our historic storm drain infrastructure has been designed to handle sort of a certain size storm event. And if we suddenly say that we're going to start planning for a larger size storm event to accommodate for climate change, which we may very well want to do and need to do, it definitely will increase the problems that we have that need to be addressed. But it may be something that we are looking at setting a new standard that for new development going forward, that you're going to have to accommodate sort of a higher standard than what we've required in the past. So it may be something that can just be incrementally moving forward, as opposed to saying that we're going to suddenly upsize all of our infrastructure to handle like a 300-year event or something like that. That would massively drive up our costs if we suddenly had to change everything. So I think we need to look at what it means and how would we accommodate that. And Chuck's much smarter about this kind of stuff than I am, so he might have other ideas on how we deal with that.
No, I can't say it any better.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else with questions? Councilmember Hedges.
I can't tell you how happy I am with all the work you've done. I've attended most of the public meetings, and the information has been so great. I don't have a lot of questions. I do have actually on San Mateo Creek, and the other questions have filled in most of what I was concerned about. But I'd kind of like to know if you have just a hip pocket idea of what it might cost to get San Mateo Creek to a position where it's unlikely to flood, and what role will the undergrounding through downtown play? I know that probably what had a lot to do with the water bubbling up on B Street was blockages of getting through the underground. So could you answer those two questions? And I may have a third.
Could you repeat the first part of that?
Just a sort of a hip pocket idea of about how much it might cost to do that work that we'd need to ensure that it'd be less likely for Baywood area and places along Baywood to flood. Because I was in that area while it was flooding, and the water was very deep in some areas.
I think Chuck could probably answer this better as well, because he's been involved in the modeling and work that's been done on San Mateo Creek for a long time. But my understanding is that there has been a fair amount of work and actually infrastructure projects that were done on the downstream end of San Mateo Creek to ensure that that there wouldn't be flooding down there. So there were flood walls that were built and other efforts that would happen, up to basically to Highway 101. I think that our current capacity restriction based on the modeling that we have is the culvert that goes underneath El Camino Real. And so I think that's the pinch point now, although I think, as you mentioned, during New Year's Eve, it was a huge event, and we probably also had a lot of debris that was potentially causing problems, and we're not exactly sure, why things flooded at certain places on San Mateo Creek, like why it overtopped at the Caltrans culvert at North B Street, but it is quite likely that debris was part of that, and that's part of our challenge, is getting in to be able to clear that stuff out, and what stuff is the city responsible for and has legal rights to versus what stuff is private. We obviously have a large watershed upstream that includes drainage from other communities and runoff from the reservoir, including we learned from SFPUC when we talked to them that all of 280 within that watershed is is piped to discharge just below the dam to avoid having it go into the reservoir. So there's a lot of water coming off of 280 that's also flowing into that creek at the upper end of it. So, so those are some of the challenges. But I think in terms of what we would need to do, I don't know that there's identified flood improvement actions at this point that Chuck could talk to. I think that the known sort of flooding issues have been addressed at the lower end of that at this point.
Right, so I don't have a hip pocket estimate of what it might take. It's really multi-jurisdictional. We have SFPUC, we have Hillsborough and San Mateo. There's a lot of private property. A lot of this is how the creek channel is maintained. So the last flood study that was done, it passed the 100-year event. It just barely was spilling at El Camino Real based on how SFPUC was operating at the time, or said they were operating at the time. And it just kind of made it down through 101, and then from 101 to the end, it's with the flood walls, it's better. So it was kind of at the limits. A lot of it has to do with what's gone on the creek since then in terms of vegetation, sediment, debris, all those things. So it's going to take just another comprehensive look to see what's going on, then we could have a better answer.
Okay. I do have a couple of other questions. One of the remarks was made by you, I think, Matt, was that with new development, we might have to look at that to see what accommodations we have to make because of flooding for new development. So that created a question in my mind. I know that Bridgepoint and Bay Meadows raise those developments above the floodplain. That means that the neighborhoods around them are lower than they are. So would raising some of these new developments above the floodplain create a larger danger of flooding for the neighborhoods that are older?
I'm going to defer to Chuck on that one.
Yeah, absolutely it can. If development is done right, you have to make sure there's a safe release. So when you're administering the floodplain, you're not supposed to let people raise above the floodplain and block flood flows. That's kind of a basic tenet of floodplain management because it is a risk, and you have to be careful that even when people get themselves out to be safe, that they're not doing it at the expense of other people.
Well, with Bay Meadows, for instance, that's 166 total acres with both phases, and that's a lot of land to even have runoff down to lower areas.
Right, if I remember correctly, Bay Meadows did some on-site detention when they went in.
They do. They have
their yeah. So a
retention basin.
The secret documentation that was all done that should have looked at.
Yeah, right. I remember that very clearly. The other thing is not what we've been talking about tonight, but I've been looking at the maps and the lake that's above Laurelwood Creek, and it's an earthen dam. Are we sure that dam is safe?
It gets inspected regularly by the Division of Dam Safety. So we haven't had any issues that have been identified as far as I'm aware.
Okay, thank you. That makes me feel good. That's all I have for right now.
I'm getting over a cold, so I'm going to try to keep it brief. Yeah, I'm sorry, Rich. I did some math, which I'm not great at, but the number I kept coming up with was $3,475,000 to full fund short and immediate term, but you used the number of 3 million. I just want to make sure we're not cutting you short by $500,000.
I think and it's quite possible that I screwed up on the math, and I apologize if I did, but I think when I looked at sort of the minimum level of implementation for the immediate and short-term actions, that it came out to 3.1 million. And so I was assuming that there's enough noise in our estimates that if we had $3 million, that I think we could make significant progress on those items. And ultimately, I want to be clear that, if council appropriates a certain amount of money and says that we want you to move forward on these specific actions, that's what we're going to do. And if we have to then scale any of those actions to be consistent with the amount of funding that's appropriated, we can do that. I mean, we weren't proposing that we were asking for the full level of funding to implement all of those tasks. We were asking for sort of the minimum level of implementation to get moving on those. And that's tied to sort of our challenges just in terms of our staffing capacity and what can we accomplish really in the short time frame that we have, especially trying to look at what can we do for this upcoming rainy season.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Just to echo what Deputy Mayor Diaz-Nash said, I want to make sure that we're working with SFPUC, holding them as accountable as possible. This isn't the only catastrophe they've had in the last 7 months. They dumped a bunch of chemicals on 92 last month. So definitely want to start making sure that we're keeping that line of communications open. One of the questions that was asked by a person during public comment was, and to go back to something you said, the culverts under 101 would be very difficult to clear. And I'm assuming that is because we don't have jurisdiction, but can we ramp up, or can we as a council help ramp up conversation with the state to get that addressed?
I think it's not necessarily an issue that the culverts need to be cleared, it's that the culverts are undersized in terms of transporting the amount of flow that needs to go under 101. And so that the challenge is just recognizing the complexity and difficulty that comes with trying to upsize a culvert underneath 101, because you're basically having to tunnel underneath the freeway to increase the size of that. So those are the projects that can end up being, significantly lengthy projects because of all the coordination and work that has to happen with Caltrans to make that happen. Obviously, there's a lot of safety issues concerned with tunneling underneath the freeway. So,
of course, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the real challenge. And so that's where I think, like my comment about the storm drain master plan is part of what we would want to do, is do a more detailed alternatives analysis to determine if there are more cost-effective ways to deal with those sorts of capacity deficiencies beyond, building a larger new culvert under 101. Maybe there's a different way that we could do it with pump stations or things like that could take advantage of the culvert for, piped, flows from a pump station or something like that. So,
thank you. Yeah, would that normally be funded by the state, or is that work something that we would have to fund and then work with the state to get?
I mean, my expectation, we haven't done any digging in this, is that those culverts are ours and just it goes underneath the highway. And so we would have to coordinate with Caltrans on doing it and get permitting and permission and whatnot for them to do the work. But those culverts are ours, as far as I know. And I don't know if, yeah.
Okay, and just my last question. The first of the month I was in Boston on vacation and they had flash flooding, and I realized that I suffer from rain anxiety. I'm gonna just say it, it's like PTSD. And one of the slides that you showed mentioned that even if we had dredged and done a lot of this work, three of the four zones that would still have flooding in, so potentially would have flooding this coming winter season are right in the heart of my district. And one of them is our shared neighborhood. Yeah. Yes, Nikki, I see you. So I just want to make sure, is there anything that we can be doing to address those 4 hot points, and the other one's in Rich's district? Is there anything we can be doing to address those 4 hot points to not have flooding this year? I mean, it doesn't sound like it, but I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding.
I think it's important to recognize that the flooding that we did have happened on New Year's Eve, and that was a massive storm, as we tried to convey. And so I think with all of the subsequent storm events that we got hit with, it continued all through January, and then we had a little bit of break at the mid part of January, and then it came back February, March. We didn't have anything like that, and so I think that that's a testament to the fact that we do have infrastructure that can handle decent-sized storms. But when it comes to a 300-year event, if we get another 300-year event, we're going to see the same kinds of problems that we have. And the things that need to be done to correct some of those problems are significant infrastructure improvements that are not going to be things that can be acted on in the near immediate term. They're things that are going to take potentially years and are going to be expensive fixes. And that's partly why things haven't happened in decades, because of that challenge.
All right. Well, I feel as though this council is committed to not kicking that can down the road, and we will help get that done. So I just want to thank you for helping alleviate some of my rain anxiety.
Happy to help.
So I've been very closely involved with flooding issues since around 2001. And my memory tells me, and I think it's accurate, that in order to get the areas that were taken out of the flood zone, most of them, we had to enlarge the culvert that San Mateo Creek owes under Highway 101. And along with that, build a flood wall along San Mateo Creek. What happened is Larry Patterson was pretty sure that we would never have the money to do that, but Caltrain was doing work there, and he was able to talk them into enlarging the culvert. So my question would be, are we watching Caltrans to see what kind of work they can do so that we might be able to lean on them? And with a corollary with that, just a little history. When we pulled about 8,000 homes out of FEMA, his area was pulled out, but there were areas on the west side of the freeway along San Mateo Village, because of the culverts and one bridge, that went back in. There were about 320 or 30 homes that went back in because of various issues. One of them was over on the lagoon, about 100 homes, and the rest of them were along San Mateo Village, and maybe some in your neighborhood, and I think some in North Central. Yeah. So, so I guess my question is, are we watching to see if there's anywhere we can work with Caltrans like Larry did?
I think we'd always be watching for that. I think, updating our plan and having sort of a better prioritized strategy of what we need to do will definitely help, but I think we can always be keeping our eye out for that. I'm not aware of anything that Caltrans has on the horizon, but that's definitely something we can pay attention to, and Director Underwood might have more insight into that, although he's only been back for a week, so he's probably not up on all the local stuff. But there are regular meetings that our staff participates in with Caltrans on things, so I think we are pretty well tuned into what would be happening through our participation at CCAG and the countywide congestion technical advisory committee. So I think we would know if anything was happening.
Okay. Thank you. I just have a couple of questions about framing. The focus of this meeting is really about what we can enact in the immediate and intermediate term. And I think one of the questions that I continue to hear from community is how is this related to the ballot initiative and what can be accomplished with a ballot initiative? So I think that that's an important part of this conversation that's not necessarily that we're not centering in this conversation, but I think for the purposes of public education, it's relevant to frame this ask tonight and how our master planning and the added layers of data analysis can contribute to a more long-term funded plan. So, would you like to chime in?
Yeah, I'm happy to chime in just about how we're looking at, before the council this evening is really looking at one-time funds. We're being very specific and transparent that we have the VLF 1.9 million and then another 1.1 million in rainy day reserves. There are no ongoing funds for stormwater. And that's typical in most cities in the Bay Area and in this region. It's all unfunded, and so general fund typically has to pay for stormwater. With the leadership of this council, I know that there'll be another discussion on the topic of looking at ongoing funding for stormwater, and that'll be happening on October 16th as another opportunity for the community to weigh in and for the council to discuss that. But that would potentially provide the opportunity to really look where we're looking at that phase 3 or the midterm, longer term. Having ongoing funds would really help down the line.
Thank you. We know from the report that an estimated 10,000 homes flooded. And one of the questions that I heard from community was about prioritizing from a geographic equity standpoint. And so I was hoping that you could speak to the considerations or the factors that that you're looking at to develop those 10 priority project areas.
In terms of the small localized drainage improvements, I haven't actually seen the map of where all those locations are, so we'd have to look at that. I think that we could definitely look at making sure that those are spread out geographically. I don't know that there was, I think that our staff came up with 40 of them, and we said that we could look at 10 of them sort of at that minimum level of funding. And so I think we could definitely make sure that as we're looking at moving forward on those, that we're spreading those out equitably throughout the different areas of the city. I don't think there's any issue with that.
Thank you. And then my last question is in regard to the potential $3 million appropriation. And I think the urgency that the community feels and this council feels, I just wanted to confirm that if we were to approve this this allocation, that we would be taking action concurrently with the intention of with the resolution to appropriate the funds. So, and that there wouldn't be no bottleneck or delay from our side in terms of, waiting till the 5th of September to begin taking action on or bringing forward potential contracts or starting to develop RFPs. I think, there's a real sense of urgency to act, and we don't, and I just want to confirm that there will not be bottlenecks in decision making or action from our side, because I think there may be even willingness to sit for a special or special session if necessary. So confirming, my question is, can you confirm that we will be taking action concurrently with the assumed appropriation resolution?
Yes, I can confirm that. I mean, I think if we hear feedback tonight that council is supportive of some level of appropriation, that the plan would be to bring that back for council action at the September 5th meeting, but that would not slow us down from moving forward on these items once we hear the direction tonight.
Thank you. So those were my questions. Who would like to go first to deliberate and provide comments? No? Please go ahead.
Thank you through the mayor, and thank you to everyone who is still here in virtual land and has been here tonight. I think just one moment of poetic justice that we're talking about serious flood and storm drain issues on a day when it rained in August in San Mateo. So I think Mother Nature is speaking in on this. But thank you to everyone who's spoken up. I think it's clear that the community has been united in its feeling, and I think it's clear that we have heard you. I think it's very important to say that. Everyone who has been involved in any way, shape, or form in working with staff, in working in the community, has really given voice to the issues and the real life impacts. So just wanted to acknowledge that and say, please continue to speak up. We will continue to listen very hard. I think we all agree that climate change is real, and January was just the latest example of why. And that we also agree, and I heard many people very enthusiastically say they understand our staff is working extremely hard and has developed a tremendous level of cooperation and collaboration. So thank you. Please thank everyone involved, past, present, and future. This is nothing that really we do. This is something that you do. So thank you very, very much. And I think the community development and collaboration has been remarkable given how things started out and where they are now. So I would hope this could continue in any way we could support that effort, that you let us know. I believe that we need to support this plan in the 3 phases that you've talked about, but we need to do more. I hope I will be supporting the $3 million recommendation tonight, and I am open to returning in future for additional funds as you determine they're necessary, either because things have scaled or because new opportunities have come up and we finished the analysis we need to. I think we need to set up a regular reporting mechanism. You have mentioned a number of different things to do on websites to make things transparent. But I believe someone also recommended, and I would support, setting up a regular, whether it's a quarterly council update, some regular chunk of council time. So this continues to be front and center on all of our minds and discussions. I think in terms of communication, you asked about how can we improve. I think everything you're suggesting is a great idea. I would also recommend that you reach out to San Mateo United and coordinate with them and the neighborhood associations to get out word to people who don't come to council meetings, who don't go to, some of the meetings that you're talking about doing, and also a lot of the grassroots groups that we have used in the past to partner with. So I think there's a lot we can do to work with them. I think also in terms of what we're doing, this is a down payment. We've all said there's a ballot initiative, and whatever happens, happens. But this is a down payment that shows that we in San Mateo are serious about investing in protecting our community, both in the immediate, in the medium and long term. But I think we then have to call on our partners at the county, at the state, and the federal level. And I know that they're open to hearing from us, but I also think that our actions, I would recommend supporting this tonight so that we can say, as many people have said, put your money where your mouth is. Don't just talk, take action, and I would like to support that. So thank you.
Again, I want to thank you for the report, and I agree with most of your conclusions. I'm going to tell you that I think the money's light, that the rainy day, I've had 2 long meetings with Rich Lee over the last 6 months about the budget, about the surplus, and about the rainy day fund. And nothing's going to change no matter what money we take out of the rainy day fund. It's not going to increase. If anything, it'll decrease. And the only problem we'll get is in the out years of this cycle if we take more money from the rainy day fund. But the flooding is immediate. The problem is immediate. And I would like to see more money come because we don't know if these costs are going to expand as we get into them. I don't want to have to come back to the council and keep chipping away at it to get things done. I tell you, in my dreams, I'd like to have the 8.4, but I know that's not going to sell. But I think at the minimum, we do $4 million from the rainy day fund and the 1.9 from the vehicle license fee, which it gets us to a place where we're secure, we have the money to do the immediate things and the medium things that we need to do. So I wish the other council members would consider that, knowing that the rainy day money is not going to change. It's there. We need to put it where the need is. And the need is to get started wholeheartedly on repairing the things that we need to repair. So I'm going to leave it at that and see if there's anybody that feels the way I feel.
Thank you, through the mayor. I want to join other council members in thanking staff who put together this presentation, Schaff and Wheeler for their expert analysis, and of course the staff who were out there working tirelessly to keep New Year's Eve from being even worse. Those who were in the Emergency Operations Center helping the city to respond 24/7 once a state of emergency was declared. And I want to thank the public for coming out multiple times to multiple city council meetings, flood-free San Mateo. The public input on this has truly enriched the discussion and has joined in, I feel, the spirit of what the staff showed in their work on New Year's Eve. We've talked tonight about volunteers from the community helping with SOPs, a Marina Lagoon resident flood watch, the possibility of getting volunteers to help make sure our sandbag stations get full and stay full and useful. To me, I'm just really inspired and just grateful to see the possibility of the public and the city and council coming together on this shared mission. This feels like the San Mateo way to me. So I'm just very thankful for everyone who's in the room tonight. I heard that urgent action is needed, that we need to release rainy day funds to make this happen, that our duty on council is to invest in resilient infrastructure to protect the city of San Mateo and to not kick the can down the road. I agree with all of the above. And I've been working first as a sustainability and infrastructure commissioner with our city, and now for a number of years on the build up to this Prop 218 property ballot that's going to be coming toward the city soon. I agree that that's, it's an important part of in a long-term investment in our infrastructure. But I agree that that's, given what happened this winter, that's not enough. And so I am interested in moving forward with staff's recommendation tonight for $3 million in one-time funds to put a down payment on the work that needs to be done so that, we can be serious about doing what we can now to prepare ourselves for this winter as best as possible, given what time is left and bandwidth and so on. But also, I think, in alignment with the deputy mayor, I'm interested in revisiting after the ballot measure has taken its course and seeing where we are and what next steps we can take. So I certainly feel like this is an ongoing conversation. There will be opportunities to consider our options for funding next steps. And those next steps are very important. And I'm interested in continuing that conversation until we finish the job. And we're investing in responsible, sustainable infrastructure that will literally weather the storm. I'm optimistic. I think for the first time in too long, we are starting to see a path forward, and I think the step that we're taking tonight is, it's rare. I think using rainy day funds in this way is not common. We heard from our finance director that a lot of the rainy day fund has already been projected to be needed for simply making our budget work as we go through tougher economic times. So I appreciate, despite that, us working together and staff coming up with a way to get started on what we can do now with an eye toward future steps. Thank you. Sorry, I guess I have one quick note on outreach and communication. The only thing I could think of was I noticed it seems as though we have a flood prep page and a stormwater page. And so I'm just thinking, if there's an opportunity to consolidate those or just make sure they're linked. I'm sure they're already linked, but I guess that was one thing that popped out to me. Thank you.
I'm going to keep my comments brief just because I'm having a little bit of a sore throat thing going on. I don't want to repeat. Yeah, I know. Sorry, Rich. It's like lean this way. I want to echo everyone's sentiment and thank everybody for all their hard work. But I'm not going to get into all the thanks because I just want to get into the questions real fast. I don't really have any other questions about storm analysis. I agree with staff's proposed 3-phase approach. Very comfortable with $3 million of the rainy day fund. That number is what you need, and I think that's what we should give you. I do wonder if it's enough. I have the similar concern to what Rich said. I kind of wonder if with the VLF funding that we have, if we shouldn't bundle those two together and give you 3 million and 1.9 as well. We didn't know we were going to have the 1.9 like a month ago, so it's kind of good, free money, although we definitely needed it. Also want to remind everyone that all middle schools and high schools in the city of San Mateo are required to have 10 hours per month of community service. All Boy Scouts and Girl Scout troops have community service requirements. Many church groups and CERT So I want to make sure that we're tapping all this potential in our youth to help us do these cleanup efforts. I know my daughters will be out there cleaning up. And just to echo everyone else's sentiment, just to make sure that we continue to do as much outreach and communication as possible. We work with all parties and try to get money from other funds, such as the state and federal level. There are constantly talk of things, that are for preparedness of storms that keep coming forward with the state, and I want to make sure that we're not missing that opportunity. It sounds like we're on it, but I just want to put it on record. Besides that, I have no additional feedback. Just, again, thank you for everyone's hard work, and look forward to moving this forward.
Well, I want to thank the council and city staff and community for what I think was really productive and educational conversation and discourse. This is the best of democracy in action. And I think it's important to take a long view in this, considering back in 2019 when I first joined the council and led us to actually get the Marina Lagoon and stormwater fee funding opportunity and an analysis as a council priority. Many previous councils, or the previous council that I served on, really did want to bring dedicated funding to this issue, and unfortunately there wasn't enough public support to bring it to the ballot. I think clearly things have changed, and that might be the silver lining in all of this, is that San Mateo is unified, that we have to take action now, and that any investment that we make now is saving lives, it's saving future lost wages, future property damage, and it's saving escalating costs, right? That will end up on the backs of our children and future generations. And so I really heed the staff in terms of respecting your own analysis, and specifically your analysis of your own internal capacity. And I think that is that's something, as a custodian of this organization for now 4 years, knowing the extreme constraints that we have in across many departments, but especially in public works. I think that we need to be very thoughtful and judicious in terms of what actions the council takes now, being within the scope of the current staff capacity, and making sure that the actions that we take now are appropriately sequenced so that the actions that we take later have the most full analysis and best chances of success. I think it would be frankly unwise to consider initiating an RFP for a master plan when we don't have the LiDAR data. That does not make sense, and that is a poor use of money, frankly, in my opinion. So I appreciate the sentiment that every single thing on this list absolutely needs to get done. The way that we choose to get these things done in the ordering that we determine is very important to the overall strategy of success. And that is why I support the staff recommendation for $3 million. I hear strong consideration and willingness across the entire council. I think we are unified in wanting to have a very close, finger on the pulse of, the progress, at what point it makes sense to bring future consideration for allocations back to council. I think all of those potential options are on the table, and I hear that strongly across the entire council. But from my perspective, we we have a fiduciary responsibility to act with the best possible information, knowing that what we do now, right, is going to better prepare and better inform us to what we do in the intermediate term and in the long term. And so for those reasons, I support the staff recommendation and have a specific request that that we get regular updates and and that all future funding options are on the table. We do not know what the outcome of the ballot measure will be, but we do know that it remains a council priority to create dedicated funding for stormwater infrastructure. That does not exist in this city, and frankly, that does not exist in this county. And it was Alex who joined this city, and what drew him to this city, and I think what draws us all to this community, is the opportunity for San Mateo to be a leader. And this is a very real moment that will define San Mateo's leadership. So those are my comments. That I think my question to you is, do you have what you need from us?
I think we do, yes. Thank you.
So really quickly before, I just want to be very clear. So I'm listening to the discussion this evening, consensus majority direction that we should come back by September 5th with an appropriation of $3 million, follow items 1 through 7, understanding that we're going to go through 1 through 3 immediately, and then work on 4, 5, 6, and 7 in the short term, basically, at this moment. And then I have that we'll go ahead and have a future update, probably before the wet season, to bring back of just the progress that we're making currently. And then we'll be taking in a lot of the feedback that we heard from the council on the communication side of things. So we'll be taking all those notes and providing those updates.
That captures my position. Are we comfortable? Great.
Through the mayor, if I could just make one small edit to what you said, city manager, that it's not just coming back to council with an update, but making sure there's one place online that's central, transparent, and people can find out what are the actions, what are the costs, where are the issues. So if they can't make it to one of these meetings, they still can find out.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could just make one comment to you and the council with my commitment and also the residents that I and the department will be forward thinking on this. We're already seeing a week's worth of forecasting on the rain data, even though we're not seeing much right now, although it did rain today, and we will continue to do so. And my intent is to meet probably twice a week to review that and see what plans we need to make going forward through the rainy season.
Thank you, Brad. Okay, thank you so much. We are going to move on. Oh, wait, do we need a motion? No, no, we're just giving council direction, right? Okay, yes. We have a request for a short bathroom break of 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back. We are ready to return to new business, item number 29, tobacco retailer permit amendments, ordinance introduction. It looks like we have a presentation from Tricia Toomey. Did I get that right? Police Department Business Manager. Welcome, Tricia.
My name's Tricia Toomey. I'm the business manager for the San Mateo Police Department. And tonight I will be sharing a presentation with you, sharing staff's recommendation for an ordinance for introduction to make some amendments to San Mateo Municipal Code Chapter 7.41 regarding tobacco retailer permits. So by way of background, thank you, Patrice. Our current municipal code in Chapter 7.41 states that sellers of any tobacco product in the city of San Mateo must obtain and maintain a valid tobacco retailer permit. The permits are actually not issued by the city, they're issued by the Environmental Health Division of San Mateo County. The permits cost $672 and are valid for 1 year and must be renewed annually. The impetus for the changes we're proposing in the ordinance tonight really originate with the County Board of Supervisors, who recently amended the county code as it relates to tobacco retailer permits. And the intent of those amendments were to strengthen the language, primarily to reduce youth access to tobacco products, as well as some other various amendments to incorporate input from state health organizations, the Tobacco Education Coalition, and incorporate best practices in other California jurisdictions. The County Health Department has indicated to the cities that they will continue to administer the tobacco retailer permit program for those cities who adopt the same code language in its entirety. And that's really why we're here tonight, to make our code consistent with the county's code. The request is that all cities who wish for the county to administer the permit program to adopt the changes so that they can have consistency and efficiency in administering the program. And staff has reviewed the changes and believe that it meets the city's interest in continuing to provide stringent regulation for the sale of tobacco products. Some highlights and key provisions of the proposed changes. We're going to update the definitions in the code to align with best practices throughout the state. One example is we're going to include synthetic nicotine in the definitions. That's not in there currently. And some other changes so that our language aligns with the new statewide ban on flavored tobacco. And we in San Mateo, as I'm sure you're already aware, we already banned the sale of flavored tobacco in our city. In many ways, what this ordinance does is the state and the county are sort of catching up with us, and this will make it very clear that a permit will not be granted basically anywhere in the county for the sale of flavored tobacco. It also will restrict where new retailers will be located. So no new permits within 1,000 feet of a youth populated area, schools, libraries, playgrounds, rec centers, childcare facilities, et cetera. And no new permits issued within 500 feet of a location that's already occupied by another tobacco retailer. A few more key provisions of the amendments. It will increase the age for those who sell tobacco products to 21, so that will be consistent with state law. An increase of fines up to $500 for the first violation and $1,000 for all subsequent violations. Those fines currently are $100 for the first and $200 for the second. Requiring a permit to be suspended if a business is found to have sold products to persons under the age of 21, and it will require 2 inspections of any business that is licensed, 2 inspections per year to monitor, to ensure the business is maintaining compliance with the laws. The action that is being recommended to the council tonight is to introduce the ordinance in order to make our code consistent with the county code and to maintain our city's interest in continuing to stringently regulate the sale of tobacco products. If the council takes the action as recommended, we would schedule adoption of the ordinance at the September 5th council meeting, and it would take effect 30 days later on October 6th. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. And this is the time for council questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Is there a grandfather provision on the distance parameters that you indicated? In that, like, I guess if existing businesses happen to be fewer than 1,000 feet, for example, are they allowed to continue operating? Could they apply for a permit?
It's for new permits. So for new permittees that are not currently already permitted.
Right. So I guess I was just curious if you are aware of whether we have like a number of businesses in the city that might fall under like old permitters that.
We do not have the exact number of businesses that would fall within the 1,000 or 500 foot rules. Those are very few, we believe. But to answer your initial question, yes, those with existing permits would be allowed to continue to operate. And we can probably get you a number as far as how many businesses those are. But I don't believe there are a lot. Most of those are located in relatively commercial related areas, not near schools or parks.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any other questions? Okay. I just had a question about, let's see, the suspension and how that's implemented. So is that a permanent suspension or is it a temporary suspension?
So the suspension of the permit would be, the suspension would actually be issued by the county since they are the issuee of the permit. And they do have a progressive approach to that. So they do have options. I guess it would depend on the severity of the violation, but they would be allowed to suspend that permit temporarily or revoke it indefinitely. But because they are the issuing body, that would be their action.
Interesting. Okay, I guess I have another question. I think that aligning our ordinance language makes perfect sense, and we absolutely rely on the county to do implementation. And I'm curious about the resources that we'll see in terms of the county's effort to enforce. I think one of the most important enforcement tools are these sort of undercover sting operations, right? And so I know that those take, they're a really big lift in terms of organizing and capacity, and sometimes they have to recruit sort of young appearing people to actually participate and get trained to execute on these sting operations. And so from my understanding, that's one of the most powerful tools that we have to really kind of catch people in the act, and that a lot of the education that goes out around enforcement and the calls and the follow-up, are things that are pretty labor intensive. But really, the road meets the rubber when you go in and you ask for, the product, and you either get it or you don't, with or without the right ID, right? So I think, it would be helpful just to kind of understand what kind of level of enforcement we're getting.
Sure, there's a sort of a hybrid approach. As you may have read in the paper or on social media recently, our police department made a significant seizure of flavored tobacco. Almost $200,000 worth of merchandise was seized from a local business, and that was an enforcement action taken by the police department just as a result of a regular inspection. One of the benefits of aligning our ordinance with the county, in addition to them maintaining or retaining the role of issuing permits, is also our access to state-funded enforcement. The state issues grants to all of the counties in the state to conduct tobacco-related enforcement. The county serves as the fiduciary and sets up enforcement programs similar to the ones that you're talking about, sending folks who are underage to go buy tobacco, and those happen 2 to 3 times a year in each city throughout the county. So our effort here to align our code with the counties will allow us to continue that enforcement program. Doesn't happen a lot. But we're able to do it a couple times a year because the state pays for it. But it's fairly infrequent, but it is an enforcement action that we take. But recently we've had some success with just doing regular inspections of businesses. The flavored tobacco ban is relatively new. Again, we were out in front of most there, and not all retailers, they were either not super familiar with it or they weren't taking it as seriously as they should have. And one particular one has paid a hefty price in the loss of merchandise, and will be prosecuting that case for the city attorney's office down the road.
Councilmember Hedges has a question.
Yeah, that was a pretty well publicized operation, and it was over $100,000, I think, worth of property.
Yeah, it was over 6,000 items worth just under $200,000 in retail costs. Yes.
So what happens to that material?
The material is seized and retained as evidence in the short term, and then once the matter is adjudicated, it will eventually be destroyed, submitted for destruction.
If there are no other questions, we can turn to public comment.
Thank you. We have one in-person speaker, Kevin Simpson. If anyone would like to comment from the Zoom environment, please raise your hand.
I bet you didn't think there was going to be any public comments or anyone here. So I have 3 whole minutes. If there's one legal product that we should do everything in our power to make it the most hostile environment to be sold in the city of San Mateo, this is it. And I noticed that the permit structure was relatively small, actually lower than what it costs to apply for a parklet. And that the fines were paltry. And as I was thinking about that, I was thinking about what happened earlier this month with that great seizure of $200,000 worth of poison aimed at children. So where we have leeway, I'd like to recommend to the council to triple or quadruple the permit amounts, which may not be legal if we have to somehow use the county to administer the permits. And I'd like to see us quintuple or sextuple or increase by a power of 10 the fines for violating the regulations. I think they're paltry. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no other public comment.
Thank you. Well, I think it's a really valid question. Is there any leeway to set fines or permitting fees and still maintain alignment with the county?
I would yield to the city attorney for the issuance of the permits. As far as the existing fines, I believe state law, as it stands now, would prevent anything in excess of a misdemeanor / infraction, which would cap the fine for each violation at $1,000. However, it depends on how many counts. So multiple counts could be multiple violations of the same code. But as far as the issuance of the permit, the county does set the price, and how we would work with that, I'll yield to the city attorney.
Yeah, I think there are some challenges with increasing the amount of the permit cost, because really the cost of the permit, can't be a revenue source. It can't exceed the cost of providing the service under state law. So just like the city would be limited in the amount that we could charge, so is the county. So I don't recommend altering that amount either. And instead, I would recommend just sticking to what's already stated in the ordinance.
Thank you. It was a good question, though. Are there any other questions, or are we ready to move to comments? Please, Councilmember Larry.
Thank you. I would just say I agree with staff's recommendation on this, and look forward to seeing it implemented. And thank you to San Mateo Police Department for its recent success, as has been discussed, extricating hundreds of flavored tobacco cartridges from our city. May this make your work simpler and smoother. Thank you.
Councilmember Hedges.
I agree also with staff recommendations, and anything I can do to make it more difficult to sell tobacco, I'll vote for it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Is there a motion on the floor to introduce an ordinance to amend the San Mateo Municipal Code, Chapter 7.41, tobacco retailer permit, to consolidate and clarify existing definitions and enact additional requirements for tobacco retail permits?
So moved.
Wow, that was a tie.
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Huzzah.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
With pleasure. Councilmember Lorraine.
Yes.
Councilmember Hedges.
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom. Yes. Deputy Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Lee.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Wonderful. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, our second new business item, 30, Drinking in Public Areas Ordinance Introduction. We have a presentation from our Police Department Lieutenant Matthew Earnshaw. Welcome, Matthew. Lieutenant.
Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Matthew Earnshaw, and I'm a lieutenant with the San Mateo Police Department. Tonight, I will be introducing an ordinance to amend and an ordinance to repeal regarding drinking in public. Background is our police department, especially with the popularity of the outdoor dining, our lines are kind of blurred, and we're having some difficulty enforcing some of our drinking in public laws in the public areas and even in private parking lots. There's some ambiguity in the language, and our code does not address transit areas, certain areas of public property, or trespassers on private property, such as apartment complexes. The intent of the changes to Municipal Code 10.04.080 is to clearly specify areas where consuming, drinking, or possessing an open container of alcohol is unlawful. This will include transit stations, transit stops, transit platforms, and/or parking facilities. We want to incorporate language from Chapter 10.04.090, drinking on private parking lots, and consolidate all relevant language into a single code section. The proposed language would be subsection 1, on any public street, sidewalk, right-of-way, highway, alley, transit station, transit stop, transit platform, or parking facility, or on any public properties owned, operated, and maintained by the City of San Mateo. Subsection 2, on the premises or within 500 feet of any business engaged in the retail sale of alcoholic beverages. Subsection 3, on any private parking lot open to public, including but not limited to shopping center parking lots. And subsection 4, on a private street, alley, driveway, stairway, doorway, or other outdoor area of private property open to public view without the express permission of the owner, their agent, or the person in lawful possession thereof. Our staff's recommended action is to introduce the ordinance, making the language more clear, increase the ability to enforce, and then schedule the drinking in public areas ordinance for adoption on September 5th. And then 30 days later, the ordinance to take effect on October 6th, 2023.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Questions from council? Please.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Earnshaw. When you say you include sidewalk in the ordinance language, is there any potential for confusion with restaurants who put their tables outside and they just happen to be on the sidewalk?
I don't believe so, and I think, if I can go back, I believe the section, where is it?
It's the first sub, number 1.
Yeah, so actually subsection 4, on the private street, alley, driveway, outdoor area of private property. So the way our downtown unit is currently enforcing the law with the parklets and the outdoor dining and even the pedestrian mall, they are saying if a restaurant owns the business and they are responsible for that area, that particular area, then it is okay to be there. What they will not allow is a customer from business A to buy alcoholic beverages and go sit in business B's area. That would be illegal. So we do understand, and that is one of the reasons we do want to kind of clean up this language.
Great. So I think that makes sense. If whatever outreach you do, really underline that because it's a little confusing when you're looking at the ordinance.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Hedges.
So at some restaurants, there is a way they allow you bring in your own bottle. It's called a corkage fee with wine. Does this ordinance in any way prohibit that?
Once you're inside the restaurant?
Well, they may be sitting at a table in public too.
So, yeah, and then it's opened up by the restaurant itself, then there shouldn't be an issue there.
Okay. And even though they don't get the liquor, they pay a fee for being able to drink it there.
Correct.
Was this ordinance cleared by our Parks Foundation that raises money for the foundation through the sale of alcohol in our Central Park?
I believe those, so that's an interesting, to have those events, you need to apply for a temporary permit with ABC. And once those are done, and then the drinking is allowed in a permitted area per the ABC license itself, it should be okay.
Okay. That was mostly a joke, but okay, I'm glad to have it on record. This will not in any way inhibit foundation fundraising events. So with that, we'll open it up to public comment. Did you have a question?
Just to clarify, I see that you're repealing, where the part says repealing private parking lots, but that doesn't apply, for example, 4th and Delaware, where it's a mini mall or like there's a 7-Eleven and day laborers might be drinking like in the parking lot because that's not a sanctioned area and it's within 500 feet. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure that's not getting rolled back because I'll hear about it. Thanks.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I was just curious if about what sort of issues that the department may have had with enforcing at transit stops or near transit stations before, and how might this new ordinance improve that?
Just to clarify the question, are we having a lot of people on the transit stops and drinking on the platforms? Is that the question?
I guess I was just, I guess I was curious about what about the existing language? You know, what were there incidents in which people were perhaps drinking at either a transit stop or transit stations, and the original language just was providing challenges to enforce or?
Yeah, there's certain areas that we find difficult to actually enforce. And one of the reasons with the transit stops is they are patrolled by the sheriff's office and Caltrans. And so we have our habitual offenders on our platforms and in our bus stops continually drinking in public. And there's a jurisdictional issue at times for us and our officers. And so we're just, since these transit stops and platforms are within our city limits, we would like to be able to take action. And so there is no ambiguity in that language.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
So the only transit that I believe you can consume alcohol on is while you're on Caltrain and Caltrain rather. And I know that a lot of people going to Giants games and San Jose Sharks games in lieu of tailgating will actually get on as a group and drink, on the train. Are we going to do any outreach to those groups, specifically so that they recognize that once they get off the train, they can't have an open bottle, and while waiting for the train, they can't have an open bottle? Or do we have any plans to do any type of outreach? Because that would be the only thing I would think that would be, people might get caught up in a little.
I don't think our staff thought of that now, but it is a good recommendation that we can work with the sheriff's office as well as they're taking the fans of those teams, getting off the trains and making sure. But I do believe you cannot drink on the train after games. I know before. So when they get to their destinations in San Jose and San Francisco, they're allowed to drink. But I know they're not allowed to drink, and I know enforcement has taken place on those trains on the way back.
I think it's dependent on if they win or lose.
Okay, any additional questions?
No, it's a comment.
Okay, let's turn to public comment, please.
If you would like to comment on this item number 30, drinking in public, please raise your hand. Okay. 3 minutes. Madam Mayor, we have no public comment.
Okay, we will close public comment. Would anyone like to start with comments? Councilmember Hedges.
I asked for forgiveness ahead of time, but a little history. You're probably aware that probably from the 50s on to maybe the early 80s, that Caltrain on Fridays had a bar car coming from the city. It actually sold alcohol at Caltrain, yeah. I think the push against driving under the influence probably put an end to that.
Do I hear a motion on the floor to introduce an ordinance to amend San Mateo Municipal Code Section 10.04.080, drinking public areas, and repeal Section 10.04.090, drinking private parking lots?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Hedges?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Mayor Lee?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
Have a
for
good night.
Sticking it out too.
Okay, are there any, oh, yes.
And through the mayor, if I may, we did offer that we would return to public comment for items not on the agenda.
That's right.
And so I have some people who have stayed on the line. So if you intend to comment on items not on the agenda on the second public comment period, please raise your hand now. Looks like we have one speaker. Kamalajit, if you could please unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Kamaljit, and I am here to support SB 403 bill to end caste discrimination. In California, caste discrimination occurs across many sectors, including technology, education, restaurants, domestic work, and medicine. Caste discrimination against Dalit people, formerly called untouchable, by dominant caste includes bullying, harassment, wage theft, sexual harassment, housing discrimination, and even trafficking. We need to end caste discrimination. We all deserve to live with respect and dignity. This bill is a civil rights bill which protects all of us. This bill does not target anyone or any religion. This bill is supported by many organizations such as American Bar Association, ACLU, and all the Asian Legal Association, including Asian Law Bar Caucus and South Asian Bar Association. If City of San Mateo Council members and Mayor would like to have any discussion on caste, do so with the Human Relations Commission so we can create a safe and non-discriminatory process that ensures safe participation for all of us. As caste oppressed people routinely faces violence just for coming out on this issue. We need to end caste discrimination and live without any fear. We came to the United States to follow our dreams and to be free of caste discrimination. Council members and Mayor, please stand with us to support SB 403 to end caste discrimination, which is a civil rights bill. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sana Qutubudin.
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
First of all, I just want to say thank you all for your service. I know like elected officials, like so much is glamorized, but super hard work and just like being present, I just kudos. Thank you so much for everything you do. Yeah, I want to say good evening, everyone. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity and for allowing me to share my experiences based with caste-based discrimination. My name is Sana Dean, and I'm with Californians for Caste Equity and the Indian American Muslim Council. My parents, like many caste-oppressed folks, migrated to the U.S. to give my siblings and I a chance of not having every aspect of our lives shaped by our caste background. However, even though I grew up basically in the middle of nowhere, that wasn't possible. You can't escape caste even if you're under a rock. I was bullied throughout high school by two dominant caste girls who constantly ridicule me by calling me a dirty Muslim. About 95% of our ancestors of Indian Muslims and Christians converted to try to escape the caste system. And the epithets they'd used towards me were dirty Muslim and rice bag, referred to our caste origins. They convinced our soccer captain to not invite me to our sectional soccer pasta dinner, even though I was the midfielder. And later, they carried out a malicious prank during tennis practice that humiliated me before the entire school. You know, it's psychological impact is something that you can never shake off. And without it being explicit, there really isn't the same type of protection. And caste systems aren't exclusive to any region or any part of the world. They exist in many societies, such as Japan, Mexico, Somalia, Mali, and Niger. And casteism, like racism, isn't exclusively practiced by any one group of people. There are people of all different backgrounds who might be casteist, and this bill aims to clarify existing civil protections under California law. And it's the greatest civil rights issue of our time, as the American Bar Association has issued its strongest statement of support that it's issued in years for caste protections to be covered by both state and federal laws. And Angela Davis and Cornel West have been championing it. We asked the city of San Mateo to please support SB 403. Let's connect with your Human Relations Commission and our civil rights organizations, such as Equality Labs, the American Bar Association, the NAACP, and the ACLU to work towards developing a process that ensures safety, and as well as working with Senator Wahab's office to implement this important legislation so that all of San Mateo remains welcome to all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our last speaker is BAWS Curriculum. Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. And this is Dr. Singh. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. As we know, I think a couple of my friends have spoken about SB 403 is very important. And being a physician also, I see this the discrimination part as a mental trauma. And during this whole SB 403 campaign in the California, I get to talk to hundreds of people who have faced discrimination, who had faced and have been facing discrimination, and the mental trauma they go through after a loss of the job, after having put to the fear of retaliation. So that is very, very, very torturing, and there's no remedy to it. And how people have faced this discrimination. And I think this SB 403 is a civil rights bill, the purpose of which is to end the caste discrimination, will serve as a platform for the people who have suffered so they can come out and seek justice and avoid the traumatic experience they have been experiencing for that long. And as one of my colleagues said, so this type of discrimination or caste-based discrimination is found in different parts of the world. Couple of places based on the socioeconomic status, but in India, South Asian country, it is based on the birth. So it is not only confined to one part of the world, it is found in different parts of the world, and it is also found in different religions. If we take South Asian context, India, it is found in Indian Muslims, it's found in Indian Sikhs, it's found in Indian Christians, it's found in Indian Hindus. So this system is found in all the religions. And the good thing about this SB 403 bill is it has combined the caste oppressed people across all the religions in California. So everyone is fighting for this bill together. So which is the beauty of the bill. And this is also supported by ACLU, CalFed, other worker unions, Alpha worker unions, as well as also supported by SABA, South Asian Bar Association. And last week, it was endorsed by ABA, also American Bar Association. So it has a strong legal backing. And I think with that backing and how people are united to fight for discrimination, we urge the city of San Mateo to stand for a civil rights bill and make a history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Pooja.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for giving me opportunity to speak today. My name is Pooja Singh. I'm from Hindus for Caste Equity organization. I'm a caste oppressed Hindu, and I'm terrified that so many dominant caste speakers are gaslighting and denying my lived reality as someone who has experienced caste discrimination. It is really shameful, and it is one of the reasons why I lived in the closet for so many years. I have to hide who I am. I cannot mingle within the Indians, within the South Asian population. I cannot make friends, and anytime I try to, like the first question I face is like, what is my caste? I do not. I have two kids. One is 7-year-old, and one is just born. So I do not want my children to go through this, and that's why I urge the city to please support SB 403 bill to end caste discrimination in California. I experienced in the Cal State as a Cal State woman, and amongst other parents who did not want their children to engage with my family because we were caste oppressed. You can tell the vehemence of the bigotry by the attacks my fellow Hindus have been making, and they're trying to relate it to a religion. However, it is not a religious issue. It is as a caste is throughout the world, and most prominently in South Asians. It is shameful that I have been intimidated many times being a Californian resident. I came to this country thinking that I have left the trauma of caste behind, but it was very heart wrenching to see that I saw caste when I was on the campus of Cal State Northridge. I have faced caste discrimination being a student. I have faced caste discrimination being a worker in a hospital. I'm a healthcare worker. I have faced caste discrimination even in business aspect too. They won't mingle with us. They won't let us do the business. They won't buy our stuff if we have our stores. We ask the city council to not embolden any other violence against caste oppressed people like me. SB 403 supports all those impacted by caste. Caste systems are found around the world. I am frightened that if this SB 403 doesn't pass, my children will have to face that what I have faced. I urge the city to stand with and make the history for the Civil Rights Bill, work with Stanford South Asian Center and Human Relations Commission, work with experts, not bigots. Do not allow violence and bigots to stop the flow of civil rights. Thank you for giving me opportunity to speak today.
Apologies. Thank you. Our next speaker is Rama, followed by Chris H. will be our last speaker. Rama, please unmute yourself. Okay, let's go and take Chris H. right now, and we'll go back to Rama.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great, thank you. Yeah, I just want to say hello again to the mayor and the city council. Just wanted to give my thoughts regarding the storm and flood fee that's up in the air right now. I know that. Just want to verify, so this is a public comment period, is that right?
Yes, it's a public comment period for items not on the agenda.
Okay, great. So in my opinion, one thing that wasn't brought up in that packet that was sent to all the homes was the fact that there were previous measures that were proposed and passed in the past several years, starting with Measure W in year 2020, Measure CC, most recently in November 2022, in which both those measures were designed to add funding to maintain city services. So when it comes to sewers, whether it's a storm drain or any sewer, that is a basic necessity for any city. And in terms of that, you'd think the infrastructure there would be a basic need, which would result in it always being a part of the day in life function, the daily function of the city day to day. So I really don't understand why there would be a need for funding for such a basic thing, especially considering that it was mentioned earlier in the evening that there's $68 million in a rainy day fund, which it sounds kind of ironic. There's a $68 million rainy day fund for a rainy need. The needs to handle the infrastructure, the storm infrastructure, was stated in that packet to be roughly around $8 million a year. I think it should be very simple to find that money within the city budget rather than asking for more money from its citizens when you've asked for more money in the past, we've always granted that for you. And so I think there comes a time where you should be able to, handle such a basic need without having to come back to residents for more money. And that's just my feeling on it. I love the city of San Mateo, and my heart goes out to those that were affected by the flooding. Thank you so much.
That's our last speaker.
Thank you so much to all the speakers and Mr. Chris H. I would strongly encourage you to reach out to our finance director, Rich Lee, or city manager, who can help answer some questions in terms of the funding levels. Our current funding levels that are included for stormwater infrastructure to maintain core services, and how the ballot initiative proposes to reach a 70% funded level. So many of the questions that you asked are very important, and there are, in fact, are really great answers and analysis behind these proposals, and I encourage you to learn more. So I'll start with an announcement. I want to thank all of the speakers who spoke out in favor of SB 403. I've requested a letter of support from myself as mayor of the city of San Mateo, which city staff is currently working on. If any of the council members wish to join in support, you can individually ask for the city to also or do a letter of support for yourselves, but this is not something that necessarily requires council action on. And any member of the public or an elected official can sign on as an endorser for different legislative proposals or legislation and bills. So those options remain available to you. My second report out is I wanted to acknowledge the tremendous work that our city clerk's office provided in pulling together what I believe was a really successful Council of Cities event in partnership with Cora. I specifically want to appreciate Martin and Patrice for your very hard work. That was a real feat and a culmination of not just our clerk's office, but our fire department, who hosted a wonderful barbecue, and our police department, which was also one of the key speakers with Cora. That was just, I think, a real testament to the way that we can operate when we all collaborate and work together. And a lot of Council of Cities, they use the event as sort of a show and tell, and I felt really proud that what we chose to highlight was the great partnership that we have with our service organizations like Cora, which is our sole domestic violence full service agency in the county. And I wanted to report out, if council isn't already aware, that through one of the initiatives that we learned about was the Speak Up program, which is essentially a community outreach and education prevention initiative that partners with local businesses to help employees of, for example, nail salons and hair salons be better equipped to provide sort of lightweight interventions and support to community members that might be showing signs of experiencing domestic violence, and help them get better connected to services. And the Speak Up program and some of the training is also being offered to municipalities, and Patrice took the ball and ran with it, and has already connected the dots, and that program will be offered to our own city employees, which is so wonderful. I would like to ask council to join me in supporting a request to have city staff look at the possibility of deepening that partnership, potentially bringing that education to our businesses through work with Jennifer Chen and our economic development department, as well as the partnerships that we have with the SMA and the chamber. I think that there's some work to do on conceiving of and sort of scoping what that could look like, and I think it would be really helpful to have city staff initiate a conversation with Cora and see what the possibilities bear out. So I'm curious to hear if there's support for that.
I was there with the Council of Cities dinner, and I would support that. I think it's a great organization, and it's obviously very needed.
Yes, I concur.
As do I.
I'm not going to turn my button on, but yes.
Okay, nodding. Unanimous support, it's official. Great, so thank you, and I see Alex is nodding as well. The other ask I had was, one of our senior commissioners sent us a letter about the Age-Friendly Cities Initiative. They have been working for years on a volunteer basis to do strategic planning that has been very fruitful across many different city initiatives, including, our pedestrian safety master planning process, which incorporated some of the due diligence and analysis from the Age-Friendly Cities walkability assessment, and they are really asking for a pretty small amount of money to get the business certification program off the ground. And I don't know, I don't feel like I know enough about specifically what the plan is. My ask would be, can staff please follow up with Monica and some of the representatives and bring forward a proposal for council consideration. I think that is warranted, in considering the thousands of hours that they have put into the thinking, and we are at the brink of really needing to implement, effectively some of these ideas. So I think it's investment that will pay dividends. But I hope that staff can work a little bit closer with them to fully scope out the idea. So that's my ask to council. Is there support for that?
So I think all of us received the letter. I know that Vince, who used to be on Measure S, actually resigned from Measure S to work with the Age-Friendly Group. He's been making the rounds of meetings that I've been in. The letter said they're taking money out of their own pocket and have been for some time. And the city manager has the ability to take certain funds without the council's recommendation on a small amount. And if the city thinks that this is a good source of spending money, that we do that for the $5,000 they've asked for.
I'm fine with it. I did attend a meeting with Joanne McGreeny and Monica, and I'm a little confused because I felt that in that meeting there was a commitment for the city to move ahead with this program specifically already, but it may not have been at the pace that was requested or preferred. It may not have been at the exactly as was. I think it. But at any rate, I'm in support of achieving these initiatives, and I believe city staff is too. So if there's some sort of gap, I'm interested in filling it.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I also support it, but I would also request, I think underlying all this, there is an issue with what is the role of Age-Friendly Cities Task Force? What is the role of the Senior Commission? How does this all fit together? And I mean, the Age-Friendly Cities Initiative is an ongoing thing. So I think there are some organizational questions that need to be addressed. So I would maybe turn to our new city manager and ask him to maybe share with his staff and come back to us with some thinking on that.
So I'd be happy to provide an update to the council so I can follow up with staff. I think if it's at the $5,000 level, rather than bringing it as a formal item for the council's consideration, I'm seeing that there's a majority here saying that you allow me the authority to make that determination, but also provide the information in a roundup update to the council based off of the information I just received of the questions. Yeah. And we can follow up with a report.
Excellent. So efficient. Okay. And then lastly, I heard a question about the Berkeley hard hats ordinance, and potentially looking at whether there's opportunities to strengthen the implementation measures and standards for, I think this council's commitment to labor and providing good jobs and training for working folks that support our economy. So I think, this could be something that falls under council priorities next year. I know that we have a lot on our plate, but I did want to acknowledge that that was something that came up and I think is probably on many of our radars. Okay, does anyone else have any updates? Oh, yes, chili cook-off.
Saturday, the chili cook-off, presented by the San Mateo Firefighters Association. Thanks, Chief, for sticking it out. I told you I get the plug-in. I don't know if anyone is listening, but everyone is invited. It's going to be a great party.
It's
live
so
music,
good.
cold beer, car show. It's a lot of fun. And a lot of chili. Yep. So get out for the firefighters, raise money for charity. Biggest charity is the MDA, but they also other local charities as well. And I don't know much about, there's also an event on Sunday that I just saw came out. And I don't know anything about it, but it's a fiesta on the south end of B Street.
North end of B Street.
North end of B Street. So looks like it's gonna be a fun weekend for everybody. Let's get out and support our merchants, support our firefighters, and support some good causes.
And both of those events are 11 to 2, just to get specific.
No, 11 to 5.
Oh, well, there we go. More fun.
Councilmember Hedges.
And don't forget that there's another event with the chili cook-off. They're doing the ribbon cutting at the library on the new Genealogical Society.
Yes.
So I plan to jump from chili to history during the day.
I'll jump with you.
I don't know if that's the right order to do things, but.
May I say something else?
Yes, please.
So I understand we're going to end the meeting with some words about the victims of the Maui disaster. I have firsthand knowledge on what's going on there. My local union there has raised $100,000, and unions all over the country is sending them money. I sent money this week. We had 62 members in my union alone that lost their houses. And to get a backdrop for Hawaii, the cost of living is about 30% higher there than it is here, and the general wage is lower in Hawaii than it is here. So people are already struggling a great deal, and I can't imagine how people that have been displaced for this are gonna right themselves without a lot of help. So what a tragedy, what a tragedy, what a tragedy.
If I could, through the mayor, 2 things, maybe 3. Myself and Councilmember Lorraine and Councilmember Hedges were at the End Childhood Poverty Summit that the Jackie Spear Foundation put on Friday. And if they make a tape available of it, I would strongly recommend everybody listen. It was some great conversations and obviously an uplifting topic. But one thing that came out of it that was specific to us, I was speaking with County Manager Mike Callaghy, and he was interested in trying to promote the benefits that the county offers that aren't being utilized. So there's all this money available and benefits that people aren't using, particularly with regards to families in childhood poverty. And so I said I would be very interested in working with him. And if he comes back with a program, I would like to bring it back to put it on the agenda to see if we can get council support for doing that, because that's just very important and very worthwhile. But we'll wait to see what his pace. You talked about the chili cook-off. That's great. I will put in a plug for the general plan community outreach meetings that I hope everyone has heard about 1,000 times, but let me say 1,001. There will be meetings in each district. 31st is District 5, 6th of September, District 1, the 13th of September, District 2, the 20th of September, District 4, and the 28th, District 3. And it's a wonderful opportunity for people to go ask questions about the general plan, dig in on things you're interested in. This has been going on for 5 years, and this is the last major opportunity for the outreach to the public. So I would strongly encourage anyone to go to strivesanmateo.org to find out the address, read the pieces of the general plan that interest you, and get involved. So that's it for me. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, I apologize. On Saturday, there was a celebration of life for Eddie Mack, the husband of our former mayor, Claire Mack, and they announced during the celebration that the city of San Mateo had approved a notice of adjournment in Eddie's honor, and Mayor Mack wanted me to specifically say how appreciative she was for that. So thank you very much.
I'll just mention that I had the privilege of attending the San Mateo County Hope Interagency Council meeting. I'm the representative on this council for that. They had a meeting somewhat recently, and among the presenters was some members of the San Mateo Police Department, specifically the homeless outreach team. And it was just really great to learn a bit more about how it came to be and how we have these two civilians, but working with the department, acting effectively as, case managers and bringing relief and connecting dots for homeless in our city. So I just thought it made me feel proud to be a representative of the city of San Mateo.
Wonderful. Thank you all for your very thorough updates. I will adjourn our meeting in solidarity and grief. We wanted to take a moment to honor the memory of one of my neighbors, Ms. Ethel Baptiste, who was a pillar of compassion, dedication, selflessness, and a beacon of light in our community. Ms. Baptiste's legacy is one that exemplifies the spirit of service and unity. For 57 years, she graced our city with her unwavering commitment to make San Mateo a better place for all. As an active member of the NAACP San Mateo branch, she stood at the forefront of the fight for social justice and youth education, embodying the very essence of its mission. Her tireless efforts with the NAACP, including as its treasurer for more than 15 years, ensured that our youth members had the chance to experience the broader scope of the NAACP through the annual national convention. And beyond the NAACP, Ms. Baptiste's impact radiated throughout the North Central Neighborhood Association and St. Matthew's Catholic Church. For 36 years, she devoted her time and energy to nurturing the talents of our youth through the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Essay, Poetry, and Art Contest. Let us hold her memory close to our hearts as we adjourn almost, and we will hold that thought and memory as I read the second memory, the second adjournment. Thank you. Many of us were there to celebrate the life of Mike Ramsey, and we are all very saddened to announce the loss of an exemplary member of our San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department. Firefighter Mike Ramsey passed away on July 21st after battling a job-related illness. He proudly served with the department for 26 years, for a total of 33 years in the fire service. Mike's legacy of courage, kindness, and professionalism left an impression on all who had the privilege of knowing him. He is directly responsible for saving several lives, often putting himself in harm's way to do so. His selfless acts of bravery will be forever remembered by those he's rescued, but to those who knew him best, he will be remembered for his infectious smile, storytelling, and his confident spirit. The San Mateo City Council sends our condolences to our fire department and to Mike's family, his wife, Sally, and their children, Alyssa, Tyson, and Juliet. We will never forget his sacrifice and his commitment to serving our San Mateo citizens. And lastly, I think Councilmember Hedges, mentioned the travesty in Maui, and our thoughts are also with those survivors and the victims who lost their lives. Over 100 victims. I think it was 115 when I last checked, and over 1,000 still missing. So with that, we will adjourn in silence. Thank you and good night.